what's our place? What you say? It's minimum say they are all be count that aspect. Many of what you have now this year would trade. And another don't go power. You bra. Mahmoud. Chidom, na yanko. No question ni omukoyin. Omukoya akoko si say. Afedie obaba ye vice president.
Yeah.
From running mate to vice president, afe omobo adwuma. Akaka kriwe na do danko akufuado. Na ne bre. Na MPP for ekaka wo monia hwebenkum hwenifa. Hey! There be some papa we there. Vice president. Adwuma wabo no.
Ya chair president na mu.
Na nkampa so be president. So ade ni se twase ade no ye den eba.
Sa.
Na ye hwe se e die pa na obetumi awo for this country.
Yeah.
Be all who say adwene nyansa ahobrase se die wo sini nipa kasa no. E ya ade betumi abo o mai bebrebe.
Because bibi woni mu.
Oh yes.
Because
in this country, the history of this country, you know, when we catch say one core primaries in MPP, Emma Obin fast our margin 61%, 61 point something percent, you know, and winning election first time. No, it been seen in MPP. So it tells you the person urban how are people evaluating. Oh yes. Na wakase bia na ayemhihie aba na tobinum so.
Sanete.
Na ebinum hope. Na
onya kasa na adani fi.
Ai, see. I'm telling you. Na ene akoba say Yura Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Ajimai ana Najima. Anokra de o Canada na naso so. Na Najima.
Otunfo
hono kunya.
Otunfo.
Yes.
Yebo ni ana.
Ya me muso. Sa ifrantuma na yakwa hayin to.
Sanete. Otunfo say obi aba ne ntia obi aye ne nana o.
Oh yes.
Obi aba ne ntia o ne nana. But Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ko aba ka che say me ba no. Me ba pre ko pe.
No.
E dey ti no any ba because obuade
na
we ne ho ase.
Na wa demonstrating so say
wa demonstrate say o che say ne papa nso ne Dr. Alhaji ne papa nso no otunfo
ampa.
Because Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia hu ye no otunfo na nkasa etu bo for ma omukọ.
Fantastic.
Eyi no.
O papa.
Ne ma me
eyi no okay.
Enti otu ye bia Central Mosque nso. O ka kire kremofo ne say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia be na fam because me ba nkasa no.
No.
Me ba ne Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia me na fam say mo nso mo ndi ne so mfaso. Asema otunfo kan no.
Enti ne kire say sa papa ya wo bo ne di Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia no. Say wonye Muslim fo nko.
Debi.
Wonye Muslim fo nko.
Debi.
Oye all
went.
Pass antima munzu say was a play very an important role. Fantastic. I say one so na wobekasa. People are expecting a lot from Dr. Alhaji Bawumia.
Sure.
And now on say ebra MPP for to abayi no. Enakokro. E kan nakokro what you say. Nakokro. Wakoda wada na wuntumi na
na krokrache
wono asa wo kohwe ha na okohwe ha wodwiri we wokofa we na we na saa na kokoro na ebichi binom ebichi ngofo bi wo bra doctor win that election
that so because so ba what I say you use that dampe no
ahmo
ya ma mu ya me kire o mo say ye ni ma de ayepe
sa ene na wonyankopo adom doctor unity
sa
wonyankopon ye adom de tunkom a some few minutes na doctor ebekasa na fe wode nani suade hunu wode natwen ni susu ye ni sua hunu the office betumi abo o my Ghana aba to Ghana fo nyina anim say Ghana fo we ne me da ya amaso sa na da ya amaso no me pese ye nyina ye hwese dien ena ye betumi de sa da ye so yi aye de abo o my Ghana ama de etum pom and people are expecting very big and that's a lot from Yura Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ene na me someone so to we also expect baby and then the party be cross my mo can say and here doctor ebe mention obi a obobo no chidom, that is the running mate na one no akobon toa na me ka say edrusa and I'm saying they nyen result but people are expecting but me gidi say enyen ru ye ne a ye di amanyosam na chi na ye bisa na ye nimu kakra no me fi say no nyen no instructor be kasa ama Ghana fo akoma atomo yem say enne papai na ye say ye use no mp before use no dampo no wakasa no wakasa no true o you be na ye dampo na ye yie ana say o you be jina sa no a ye betima akọ ni what you say entina wo be kasa Danny minimum say you are expecting a lot.
Oh yeah very
and for now me that kasa muna for some few minutes. What are the expectations that you are expecting from the man, the humble man, the wisdom? Nancy, na me read the Bible, na me show Singapore man, Nyansa Solomon, Nyansa. Na me did two. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia who said, wow. I'm telling you. So, and then I was expecting.
Yo, evangelist Patu, Medasi. So I'm Mama Sakunya. Now, me fa Kunya switch here, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana.
Okay.
Michiana Ye.
Okay.
Nanisu Adi Hunoa or de Brayano. I thought I'm a what to a man for so. A what to be most.
They've been in Nakro.
A be a what to be so pa, Timichiana Ye, on first speech name Ray. Now, your expectation was so. I nim said the obekano adia edi mpuntuo ne nkanko ebre o my Ghana no ye expect pa na ntia foforo nso nsan koma ajusura Honorable John Kuma. Okay. Honorable John Apuntia Kuma.
Honorable John
Apuntia Kuma.
That's an title we back off him.
Lawyer.
Fantastic.
Wait, lawyer. Lawyer, fantastic.
Fantastic. Deputy Finance Minister. Fantastic.
Honorable Lawyer John Apuntia Kuma.
Fantastic.
Bichawe also surprises beba. Say Drew said Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia be Vice President.
Surprises
beba. But wow. Surprise beba. Me until mama bought Lawyer John Kumedi, no. Okay.
Okay. I want when he chere.
Because maybe no amanisi konedi. Lawyer John Kumedi we. No ama befa. Afa kra wie.
E bom paye.
Afa wie because nipa na adwim bobil na adwim no so. Oya entrepreneurship.
Okay. Entrepreneur.
And just say no ama oye no. And jobs for the boys.
Okay.
Youth know the Juma or create ma or munyasem kitwa. And yasem kitwa o. This a bia unim na say na same ebe kakra no ye di sa ne no mani na ebe ba bontin. Ama amanfo ho ade kronti a ye bo Lawyer John Kuma abaso.
Okay.
E wo no ama wo ye. Asante region na nimpeso aso so ne abesi asphalt plant. Aye de be asphalt ai be no Asante region na nimpeso aso ne de aye no. Ti o sha ase afiri nimpeso ya so. And asphalt gu be bia.
See am so de ni braba pa.
Oh, ni braba.
Also hwe almost all the corner. Every
corner. Be you go asphalt. Be ya ko from ya this week o ma sha ase asphalt. Egusu kokore mention no. Asphalt.
Enti ye bom pai.
Ye bom pai. Bibia be fa Lawyer John Kuma be chia wa wi. Be chia wa wi pa. Ye ba ye nsem so no. Dr. Alad, we expect to be free now.
Yeah.
They are expecting us to read so bit me aye.
Okay.
Because why be paying? They say the warrior crown also very quarter. The warrior quarter also very crying. Because Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia be agree.
No pray.
Ain't you know they say they are expecting
and I do only two also.
And you didn't to
and I will also soon as say woman didn't natural.
Yeah, didn't Jackson no now to
but
hey, Dr. Alad Sabuakwa, ain't no cancer ma. Ayana ebi. Adwe you almost say, oh, ontimi no aye. Oh, ontimi no aye. Ono Dr. Alad Bawumia be catch say, yeah, the drones eba. ya de ba dia beboa medical medical system atapi or the drones ne ba betimi aboa yen Dr. Lajma Bawumia kan ama fo anje andi ampa do de aba ukwa aba Asante regional Asante Mampon drone center no ho ye adwuma this is a hospital bi am frɛ say ye aduro less than minutes na abedru and no jam fa ambulance crowd de aba but at first this ambulance and I say edimrika ko na awa se bete ki kra nya asem kitwa
na oni ma men kai wasem ba kwansa na wato so drones no ma mfi na enche kra last year or so na akwa akoba say enkwada so exams
go bon so there no
I'm telling you oni many ya na bisa me ho say and this vision this program ena ebra na eba no na nipa bi kase
yeah they call ma
come on
me dware a drone no ba chawo I mean oti very innovative adin kese pa ena Dr. Lajma Bawumia hwe ne nnoma odi aba no me bobo bi so say ye koye ni say dey say me
onye ma ye kra na bobo bi so dey no just wo ba dey wo expect nnoma wo expect so
just na adin ekuta no no ama opese obeye no dey wa ye kra no dey osa dey abeka ho no nya asem ketu a because say no oye vice president no ne ho on de ne ho kra la dwuma wa ye no e bro adwene ntia e che bi mo dey on be president
no
so be president e che on mo dey be 100 times vice president wa ye no ama bibiri me bobo so so obama me kwan
oh yes why not now for now no one say me be our expectation what you are expecting from Dr. Bawumia and then but baby how do you feel many aje ho pa because say mahu say onya ma en po person me hu de watumi aye so obebe no de obetumi aye so nti na wo kan yoma bia e ma yamba be doubt that man
no
that is what where I'm here ufi a we dey over nti for now no wa me hu say anya hwe kura no true MPP enya drones etumi aboa yen
hospital medical system
I must say etumi akona nim na etumi kura try if you hono ma yede kokko so exam people ma no ye at least nim say one or two bi hono ma wo betumi e de aba ansana ya hwe ne ankasa obeka say dien ne hwe nanim say o meka nchire Ghana fo na Ghana
ma memra digitization
okay
ya ka digitization Dr. Lajma Bawumia nyansa boa kwa na me nya ka nitimi de bia me ka say Dr. Lajma Bawumia no ma egu ni tirim no say Ghana ye twede Dr. Lajma Bawumia Ghana me nya sure say be no obi o say Dr. Lajma Bawumia di true no kra na me ka show because Dr. Lajma Bawumia or the face of Ghana and the face of the whole Africa tama na ye wo ye ko opposition no Africa World Bank who say Mozambique and Africa countries ni bi almost ka asem out of form no almost share mu ni na no Dr. Lajma Bawumia e de yi ni say doctor ko na ko hwe sa no amane ma yen say yenim say de yenim competent say de ositi say de obesi abo musika asem ama yen ti no ko na ko hwe musika asem ne ma yen ampa Dr. Lajma Bawumia ko ye Mozambique say no omo ko top hand ko omo timi diskagu hwibaro na omo de skagu no e de ko top hand no
scan doors no
e doors ko top hand no ka ska bebre na o de ko but Dr. Lajma Bawumia nim die mu no o ko ye no o ye denomination na ma scan ba form almost economy ni stabilize how much more say ye Ghana ha denomination no oba Ghana ha no ye denomination Dr. Lajma Bawumia de dina na so ye denomination ye ma ye bo nyumi kra say the same the value is the same
the value is the same the value is the same
$1 there is no change in value the value is the same
governor
no a deputy governor Bank of Ghana there's no change in value the value is the same who Ghana dey na obey ye no na omde ne ko Africa the whole Africa so ko say adwuma no mo enti who yes any power na all Ghana we the face of Ghana the face of the whole Africa na ye be just any power say e man be president wa bra nyansa ni nimde woni tirima obetimi di abo o man Ghana debi Ghana ye wa de oye yen ja Dr. Alad Mahmood Bawumia and ono ne obi a obetimi akura Ghana yentimi ensanko ye ti biem or the Ghana be move forward digitization or the abano Ghana yawa azoye ye say
so we share the rate at which sir digitalization no is speeded this economy na ama economy no ekononim ama ye ben the countries and nations are oma develop you can
develop countries no
oma develop ye ben wo na wo kra no ehu ato so san go free ade na wo di speed is na this is the man I work on was
now when you say drone system no like say na UK for every adopt it on be adopted last year yeah
fantastic
oh yeah on be adopted and as I said operation this January
oh nice
and drone you know just say the whole Africa the whole world ABC that UK Ghana had on be adopted sa nyansabu akwa ye catch nyansabu akwa I know Dr. Alad Mahmood Bawumia then the part we nyansa we now with the na ye jano sa say ya man be president of Ghana Debbie na dey all there amount for person over there nyansa no ditrim adwin be no ditrim obetimi di ebu oman ya obetimi di akọ boss asase foforo so Debbie say
we are sure say amount for expertise will be foforo aside
ebi mo na mo nchen possible Dr. Alad Mahmood Bawumia there
enra na me wo ejumom
yeah
na girls too be o me nordness
yeah
enna o mo ton kuku so me colleagues am na o mo ejumom no na baako efre wo mo so to kuku ni bi the girls no esuye no wọ́n ṣe dúró bẹ̀bí àná nípa ní yóò hàn mọ́ sọ tẹ́sítì òbí àdwìn sẹ́yìn na nípa no ọdún yà na girls no ṣe kókó no ẹ̀họ́ a ẹ̀na my colleagues no baako kásẹ̀ àfi díẹ̀ yẹ̀bẹ̀ tó ama ọ̀n bọ̀ obi dín na mi pẹ̀sẹ̀ mi bọ̀ nípa kọ́ yẹ̀bẹ̀ tó ama nípa asomasi my colleagues ní ẹ̀ka nsa o. Now omo expect say my colleague na o kan say no expect say obe we no de ono so be free no ba was free girls no ton kokona no hwan hwe na re yo horo yenim eko esra
dada no oh yeah dada no
what you say
dada no
obi say jam kan say ye wire fi ana eti horo na akwa na they say na working say bra ye to kuku den so ye nim de eye sa ye nsan ko ye chi sa ko na ye ko ye nim bi
go dada no a
me ni ato aso e
dada no a dada no a no obe o ntimi nya nsam fufuro bia biem nsam fufuro bia ni obetimi aye wa hwe Ghana card a Dr. Alad Mahmood Bawumia initiative boa be boa o my Ghana chese no Ghana card udi Ghana card a say oh ya akwa say uni hwiye o Ghana no nka ho because Ghana card eno an de odibe eno an Ghana card ye say kra Ghana ye tu kwan
yes
ufri amana na ba eno an be use ukobi o bank account eno an be use
West Africa ye ni hon ma wo de Ghana card kwa enye yi
debi ena mobile money interoperability Ghana card because at first who use MTN what do you mean sign MTN no sign service
but
and the mobile interoperability Dr. Alad Mahmood Bawumia nyansa ye ka nyansa eno no na dream pomu no eno ka se da bi ye ntimi nkone saa because say ebia me ma me bi yare na me person me send this car no o su Airtel Tigo na me use MTN na me ntimi send this car man da bi e se bibia ye simple my e o Ghana ha ni nyansa mu no ka se da bi ma me nye saa die we ne mo o my Ghana because oye innovative
very innovative
yeah oye innovative
yeah
enti saa ni nyansa mu no e no ka se da bi Ghana card no ebe ma bibia centralized o ma bibia centralized ya na say you Ghana card a bibia beba into one globe and I say no and nyansa mu no sa de tin number by say so obi enya tin na say why unique we are 10 number, we are unique because we are our identification number.
And you mean more be
Debbie, make our identification number, identification number. Ain't you know, wait to me, Uncle B accounts me, you know.
Now, wouldn't be me that's a pa, whatever post cracker. Ghana Cardia, walk on once a dear Bakua, me, and Nemeti Hay. Me bought Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia Apaso power Ghana, and it's hard, you know. Why? Make us sad. Winning, and when I'm ready, now me go back 1973. 1973, and you free as yes, a Ghana card, you may know. Now, me share 1973, and I'm here from 1973 till now. A mine penny for Yenya warm, my Ghana. Na me share that share. Na me reading so koko say. E dia ya na ya na esikwan.
Esikwan mutimi. Omuntu implement saje.
Na it took Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia to say yen yebetimi yeah, it's possible. It is possible. Na wonim na me share no edro ba bia na akwa esikasem. Ghana nso yentimi nkasa because of sikasem tino yenye Ghana ka. Now wonim the sad aspect of it. Say obekaya it came to a point na yede yenya Ghana for yede Cote d'Ivoire any Burkina Faso etwa Ghana mpoa. Why? Because currency. Brother, what can you say? What can you say? What do you say? Enti se currency is very important. No, and yet the identity of Ivorian any Burkina Bay. Me ba what you say? Na Emma on the baby or you sa card no extra say or you need pass me no fit grow with so. Na Ghana ni
how much more?
It took a drink here, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Now, when him, a little baby at the moment is high jeep, and he say, a copper say, the Almighty John Ajikum before. So, all share presidents have been, because he said, Yura, John Ajikum before, about just one. Na once was I say, oh yeah, was I say, the crime register. Obi a the crime register. Atamos be ye kakra. Ana do why je go one way body di. Ya that na. Oh yes, atamos be ye kakra. So, na Jonathan come for start say ade no you betimi aye. Aye. No sha say nti came to a point kra some people got the card. Nenso ye hwe na akote ato. Ana na do dam kwaku fu adubai. And Paul, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Papa, what's I could not so. Now, what are you in case you can with him before I got a card? Never panel. Will you say a GPS? Yes, fantastic. GPS. And net, and so the most important a year yet we create a boy. I'm oh, baby. On your quite and no number. European countries, no, any developed countries, no, make us say, we had the speed up. Ghana say, Debanua, a you no, because as I say, your teacher go say, you better develop your mind, oh, yes, we don't need and we can do it. Yeah, it is possible. It is possible. Fantastic. You know, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Oh, yeah, because your uncle better do your mind so. Who could be someone say yes, digital center. Who's the digital center saying? What's the digital center? Dear now your father said, what's the dynasty? Now we need a dream with the no, can say so presidents have been try. But who did it? Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Fantastic. They are doing here. What he has here? A horn is separated the two. Sir. What? So be a chassis. 1973, you go and check. 1973, President Bia Babetta Kunyasubiano and make him move. Yeah, say, or better as even back Ghana card. That is identity card. Yeah. So I didn't identify and say we are Ghanaians. Yeah. But none of them told this government and the vice president. When you say Ghana card, stood say, ye bet to me, I think. It was said about identify the crown. Wama bebre abesem. Oh yes. Put our passport as a Ghana card. Health insurance as a Ghana card. Birth certificate as a Ghana card. me call renew my health insurance last year. And now, Papa no obi say na so me health insurance no card no dia ayira na me ne den just o man fufura na and also nya fufura sem so what Ghana card am see is authentic me authentic and was say fabra nam se na ba den was wo den fabra oje Ghana card no paper call computer so mo na ba fufu mo dia call so eno ne ye digitalization no aye ka ho asesa enti na wukuta card no baako adwuma ebe yie no it will surprise you me part what asem na
sanity
oje ebo kaka so insurance card no ya renew and say card no we so o Ghana card na wo de ko hospital bia wo say why insurance you Ghana card man say when you am farm I say or renew what I say so that is the man
na nipa
ono na wo ka no asemi
na nipa we ni akase na ebi ka ne ho nsam na amen na nsam le kukura o te kura na abofo no wa hwe de nsam a fifi koti
awasai
ọkọ kan enrich
ene menti e wada David just o
eno kra de se siremfo kra ba bonte kra be ebe ma no o ma ni etwe na asama o kan eye didi atam
samum
eye didi atam go fifi quotes national secretary for NDC o ka kire siremfo say Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia is a disgrace to northerners.
Fifi quote in
a kind. He's a disgrace to northerners.
Why?
Because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a liar. That's why he's a disgrace to northerners.
Liar, know what you say?
I don't know. Me na na tini debi amuka say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a liar. Let me be telling Papa say, one lie thing that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
When him now one professor na doctor bi ebisa Yura John Dramani Mahama o mampani dada.
Yeah.
Asem. Waseso obekaya 2016. Now no say o mampani dada John Dramani Mahama born toa all the constituencies and regions no. Na the all can say oba nioma pa obetumi ayeden aye de aboa na MPP for the omo de oma no neka tio omo de oma no neka na omo ntumi nya den enye ndi ma omo rely on MPP for a ombeka na omo ntumi nye na emum omo rely on ono ne no na doctor na me refi e bia me ekoye nim no mekai ana o kasa na Mahama ni refi ne ho ana se 2016 o kan se wo mutimi de frafra ba ma nyose man to kakra no kakra enti what shows said this time round there was so betumi ayan ampa betumi ayan enti you rely on him eyeyi so sometimes it be a woman some no a kan on
political talk
what you answer enti se fifi kwete ekese we a disgrace to northerners. Why? Because he is a liar. And you not just a liar, no. The Kimpian, no. Kimpian is what is it? You are the Kimpian, no, and no will be a what to me a can. What to me a can. The Kimpian will be a what to me a can. Say, you're the frafra. It's a pop politics. And now, when him, whatever, to see a month for tea pa, and a month for share pa, or may hearing now. You can't say Punyanko Winston. Woman got so a human idea. Woman got so yeah, and yeah, oh yeah. What I say, open answer for you would have one more and a year into Omun Cosunya and to say, Fifi Quete can the man who is a liar. A piano really lying. Now, maybe dear. But oh, Michi, Mekayasem. I'm Mekayasem, nti we bebre ohonma say ebre kone ni ye be kan enti mesre no ohun me da me maka fifi kwete yewra Johnson esi edun ketia Joseph Yamin ba ko kan chairman no kura woni hwan on na esi edun ketia secretary ni we organizer no ne hwan one and Pablo, and Pablo and youth organizer. Okay. Sam go full way no. Woman, and a communication director no. Sami Jamfi. Na omo pass ankofo enu me hu say e agenda.
Oh yeah.
Me patro dey ase. Na ye besre no. E den ya politics dey said ye omampani dada John Dramani Mahama e ka ye no. Se dru ba bi a wo mo de frafra no. Ye ne ye nim se wo mo de frafra. Enti enya nwanwa me fam vi say no bi na.
Na propaganda.
Oh yes, I say na that was the agenda of the elections ankofo. Me patro dey ase. E was adwuma no ne say uncle. One of the side in the bed in Europe. So, say, all cats are fine. But we, the Northerners, as I'm sitting here, I'm a Northerner.
Oh, yeah.
Say, okay, didn't I'm boy, you know. My name is Battenham Patrick.
Okay.
AKA Evangelist Part 2. And Battenham Patrick, no chill, baby, free. Me free. Now, you're Northerner. Sir. Na ono oye votarian fifi kwete oye votarian we the Northerners, the 5 northern regions, no, we are proud of the man Dr. Because in the history of this country, in the MPP history, Yeninya Obia only did this big and the larger political party like an MPP or your Northern. And this will be it will rise to this level. Now,
David, former President John Dramani, so dear pan, where you must. Wow. Impact bad pan, where you are, Srifunya, and you're free. And
where if you could tell
when you represent the referee, political, you know what the name is referee. Because I was interchange, Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia Yama Tamale. Share astroturfs I see no stream. Share ya come say Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia to toilet. Say sorry, second lady Samira Bawumia. Dr. Mahmoud Dr. sorry JDM Chrome. And Okosi toilet or modern toilet ma wo.
Wonim would you ultra modern frame. Mamen kai Ghana for asem. Share Ghana how we are hypocrites.
Oh yeah.
It drew baby.
Oh yeah.
It came to a point. Now you compare Ghanaians, you compare to that of European countries and say, "Oh, Europe, a my baby no if you be a toilet ye den, na idea no Ghana yatona Sauram. Na yenhwe say if you be a toilet bebam no eno na ama efini toilet obi ejare na go polity ma no basa you see so ama Ghana ebon we here no to nchen a ama wutia polythene bag bia wo polythene bag black bia wo ba kire na yem because wo panel na wanya man and this government I try to ensure say sadie no
ye be ye free
ho because amaya call many no wo me yes had many feel them wo to so say you me ko yen and this will be criticize obi who the value the importance of this toilet now see am no can say go to Tafo go to other areas almost every house wo mo see came be your friend say small one be now office say new one more look at the distance those people will walk before they will get to the toilet.
And when there, what are they about? Who say your community be or toilet ni ho? And omuko room normal man collect na kwa. Sa community no oya you. Oya school oya
that is the problem.
Toilet man.
Solve the problem
for the problem. We see toilet man what solve the problem. And Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia name bi no. O ka say communities bi o ha esi toilet ma wo mo. And it is possible. Esi ayanso. One na nipa no problem no.
Na e koso nso a ennem ne wo kase no. Wo come akura so di nkwa wa.
Yeah.
Efie bie ni ho no mu a. O mu make sure say o menya toilet. Efie bia on say first no. So wo kom kura se no a. Toilet no ye frɛ no hwatum no. Hwitim ho. Okay, hwitim no na ya bon tenten ne edi nua asam so right na community ni nyina no ekɔ ho enei eduru baabi na so apra akoya problem na awowo a etimi ba toilet no so anadwo ebetem kura a man to me koso nkoda ntimi nkoso and ne sa toilet si one house one toilet here one mo de say wo so obesito hwe ene na chese wo mo ni ma ho
ni vision
because eno na ekira wo say ese ye di ehunni
sa
na ye nempete sabe ye nempete emontene so
dabi
na adwene no ba say ye nyesa de wo ya na wo ti ba bi na criticize and go to nkrase me say go to dunkwa me papa efie prepare baby da from dunkwa chichire na ko prepare community one house one toilet enti na you know oban fa kanea enko kwantentene biemo
dabi
say wa fa kanea wo kolante ayi kwanaja na wo kompa no osuro se bia na obi kura ka kan kwam oba wo kunu ebi kura na obi mambofo bi ko chete kwam honum na wakwa akoye no bone na die ne fie wa na wotima gya na na wo criticize sa policy
sa wedi na so ya Dr. Aladman ba nim die na ye kan
ko woni we
sa wo hu wo yes adie we a community obi a be nya ne chefa o national cake no because national cake ne se echiche Dr. Aladman mu ba nim die no hu say da bi me ko ha say na problem we e say me solve me ko ha problem we say me solve it no wa dis nim die ni na nti wo ko ha onim die oye oko community where onim omo ha oko we ya onim omo ha oba region where onim region na ha oba be oti wa chiche ni na amane usa da bi e se me ma obia ehoto no nim die mu no enti sa Dr. Aladman mu gba me na e kan ho asem no o man na nya ejapade soronko na o man ga na nya no ti esi eso ni mu yie ye be so ni mu yie a gesi e sa de no ye sa aboa no e di ni be si aba nya ne so
obi kura kan say onu nko as individual no we institution as a whole
oh yeah
onu nko
oh yeah
we institution
as a whole
yes
because o hwe nim die woni mu no die go ni mu no ya wa mana ma bontin a Ghana yam say dia ba bontin kura sa
na die ma say ye ni kan say anybody what me come very close to Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia Biano e be kan kire say bra wo be papa na hu say ye kan adwene nyansa nimdie pa say wobi a eh that man me part what you say
oh yeah
but em say nipa bi ai o ma dwen say ade papa de o mo nyade but in all no
evil thing
what can be pray me gidi say wo one or two bi a obeka na fe yen hwe say enne enkasa wo beka say no e de no de be ma ya magana fo akoma ato ye waka Ghana card of which o mampani da o ma echikufo kura ntumi anye yewra I JJ Lawrence
oh yeah
for many years oba betra kunye so trying best when to me yewra tame so kura ba trying his best anye ye almighty anye ye ena aban sem no ye betumi ayeden aye ampani ampa ene ye kan mane a ukucha on gada eye value so valid and value very important ne dijuma all across the world
oh yeah
Ghana card one of the cards ye value enti na kire say and will be trouble
Ghana card no crab onu say abeyi ghost names every hall
oh okay
abeyi ghost names every hall because now no say ghost names ni hobiem because ghost names dey Ghana nya
na aban sisamba sa ghost names ya wodi what kind of asem sa aban sisamba na aban ba betrase na wo kan aban ya twem no names are na ghost names na what aban ma no you must know say
some na go to asa my ka say
ye tiegu
am my na boka enye Dr. Aladman Mahmoud Bawumia nim dia o ka say da bi ma mentina say na men share ade e ma o man ne etika ehwiegu
na wonim say some ghost names it came to a point ma MPs bimpo na wo je double
salary
ai
omo ba bonti na wo ye like e say nka ye gi omo sika no free omo nsem ne dia koye
double salary
ne dia koye project e wo pro ne dia omo dia abo ho ne atra gu se nipa asemasi kune kro no abo ye e ho eja pade ne
double salary
sana ka se ye no sa won
ene me nya sure say betimi because of
the Ghana card
and digitalization
fantastic sa won enti ghost name ni hobiem e na asa electricity say what to them
eh na overcome asempa
what to them no at all light. What you owe them, no to your light bill. What you owe them now water bill, no to your water bill. What you owe them, no renew health insurance. What you owe them, no what apply or passports. What you owe them now umomo wallet. What you mean a chiska free bank, a good umomo wallet so. What you mean a discount a free umomo wallet so a good bank. And now you know Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia. Now when him pay we now pay dear.
What's our come here some idiot? What's our come here some? Na me back call school north big boss.
Yeah.
Okoboga big boss.
Yeah.
Na Oko school. And na insurance card, a health insurance card. Iwuye.
Yeah.
Me wo hono wa na one of ne masters am call hono me de akwara no ko me de kukuja no ofre me. No sa akwara ne yare ye na ko to hospital. Na ye hwe ne card no na ewu. Na so na ne men dey say card nso no akodi ni nchen wo ho. No em say double na akodi mi nchen wa. Na ba be di mi nchen wa. E na ewu na akwara nda hospital wo. And ye hia critical. Why must I frame me ubisa me card no when say bra me mano the information I walk card no so no bare 10 minutes after 10 minutes na master no dey abrem say we renew card no we
umpe we na pedi
10 minutes afa woni na makuma atomi because nanka ha no boga no me ye dey
say this of aka
me too
e no na mahama pedi say of aka because they say system not the cashless system cashless ubetimi onam na scan say wo but ni na wo phone so scan wo bank account so cramp na dia my phone dey empty udu baby a udura baby a me fa ko kwa so a uduru baby a wadura eno ase wa fa wo phone no wa use carefree o bank account so no ase wo to wa de enti ama akonfo ne kwa say o mo nya scan ti na o mo bo amafo kwa so
wonim one aspect nso am san kai wo came to a point Ghana ha. Say, for example, we go renew when health insurance card, look at the queue.
Oh yeah.
If you are not with the fee.
Oh yeah. And no cross here one.
If you are not with the fee. Look at the queue. Hey, a bit to me 3 weeks. Na enu no so. Na ninsan kan health insurance no. One so wayari or renew at the no dey hospital. And nay what with them pa no renew.
Ni na Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia. Yempe we nye pedi en.
Ni nyina ye wono a.
Ni na Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia.
Hey, sir.
Oh yeah. Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia. We say ma ye ke na ka enye COVID. Any Ukraine war e ba ya. Ka Ghana baby aye dru no. Na ka o tie baby enye yi. Because Russia-Ukraine war no, and no best say normal bebree.
Amba.
Oh yeah, I best say normal bebree.
Okay.
But Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia, and His Excellency the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, enyanse mu no, and omo de normal gu akwam. And yet Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia normal di gu akwam because nkuro bebree across the global wiase afana nyina no. President bebree chese omo brey. Yes, omu baby anye but Ghana you deny ye na so. Ghana deny na so akosi se COVID ne koye. Ema ye economy ni grow ye. Ema we ase ka se na Ghana dia magic nko na mo ye ya mo de mutimi free sa mess we.
Enye magic am ye na ma ve godu baby na mo hwe boy.
Oh yeah, no say no de no ni na aka ho. Ni na aka ho na ma say na make say Russia Ukraine war and the COVID no and the ma problem e ba e nya san ka say nka baby aga na aduro no na ka nya asem ketwa na ka ya build the economy na ma na aduro baby a odwene ho a wonte ase but Russia Ukraine war the COVID no and the best say bibia but say and mani mo ana Ghana yes apeja yemu am say UK Prime Minister Kwabeka UK Prime Minister because na Ghana dear magic na mo ye ya mo de etimi breaking through COVID problems now we are seeing na ye cry UK Prime Minister ye cry because I come or resign po.
Oh yeah,
Italy
came to a point
or resign yes Italy
em said about 1 month mu kura no manya prime minister ayi be mi no
Italy Prime President na resign ye nkɔ bebree resign na den na Ghana yan resign because say na ye wo nimdie phobia odi a president echi a ɔma nadwen running mate vice president a ɔma nadwen bebree saa adwen na Dr. Aladmamu Bawumia de man no ɛno na ɛma ye free some mess nim ɛma ye timi economy ni timi gina ye ɛma bibia ɛkɔ nanim enti se ka Dr. Aladmamu Bawumia asema ye wie ye ka ne ho asema ye wie because there why no a dawson normal why the dawson a ye ka se abobɔ so a ye wie because wo hwɛ mame hwɛ be yinim wa wo hwɛ unemployment rate you grow unemployment rate you grow public sector you grow 1.2 million you find nipa 1.2 million leave the 1.2 million jobs workers na you five and now we have private sector 975,000 and you five omo and
minim say wo bebre eka God said they was see and now was your track record what bebre wo bebre ka na so sisi am no ka say de ye be kon kran
oh papa na why ready
abo
oh yeah
na no ma papa wo say definitely net say o man pani abadi akire at the same time on a frank grafo edema MPP osono
the incoming president
oh
yeah it is possible
okay it is possible wo be fra sakasa enti twase e kon kran na afi ye kohwe de papa no e be ka kire Ghana for ene
yo
definitely should be within the confines of 8 years nothing more nothing less it is time for that vision to terminate
he didn't like E-Levy but
he doesn't have to tell you what he has to tell you is that I believe E-Levy going into the future should be in this direction.
Is that what you're saying he will say?
I am saying that is what a leader of his sort will do.
Okay.
But you don't know that is what you say. You're just preempting.
No, I'm telling you that the views, the new things he wants to introduce, or the new direction he wants to go, be rest assured that he will mention them. But your interpretation is what I want to correct this on air today. That the vice president has been categorical. That the fact that he's charting new path doesn't mean that he has any problem whatsoever. And I've given you a practical example that the fact that you are holding this microphone, even though you want a lapel, doesn't mean that you have any problem with your production team. But if you have the mandate to take the decision, you would use a lapel and not a microphone.
Right, so I think at this point, Miracles, I would like for us to move slightly away from the economy and all the other stuff. This has to do with, see, if you look at the voices from across civil society, the opposition, everyone has talked about the size of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government. Do you foresee Dr. Bawumia making any comments around how he intends the size of his government to be?
Like I said, I will not be drawn into taking the wind out of his mouth. But I work with him, and I know that if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia becomes president, he will have a lesser size government than we have at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Miracles, the name of Abuaji is a man who is working with the vice president, and he's just joining us now. Let me just say that the broadcast we are bringing you is from the UPSA, and permit me to just do a 360 and show you what's happening here. Where the flag of the new patriotic party, also vice president of the land, is just arriving now.
Are you here?
For the 2024 elections, his party members having obtained or taken the flag of New Patriotic Party flag bearer, and for some reason everybody has been given miniature Ghana flag that they are using to welcome the flag bearer of the NDP here, and they are giving it the national picture, the patriotic picture, where they say to us that it is only to NDP members, but it's also speaking to Ghanaians as a whole. Because mind you, is the vice president of the land, he can be acting president anytime. He has been vice president for 7 years, and he past 7 years, whatever Akufo-Addo will be blamed and accused of, he would equally share that blame and be accused of same. We're just waiting for his grand entry to the UPSA hall and all of that happening. Let me bring in the newly minted parliamentary candidate of Bawumia Central, the former journalist, now turned politician, Jefferson Saki of International Affairs. My brother, you're welcome.
Thank you, bro.
How for you? So you work for Nana Akufo-Addo as Deputy Communications Director. Now you are here with Dr. Bawumia. Is there a way you can differentiate these two persons and say Bawumia starts now, Akufo-Addo ends now? Is that even possible?
Well, I think I started working with Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia back in 2007 when the then candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo chose him as his running mate. And so have a clear idea of how, you know, the two have worked hand in hand together. I know the charisma of the president and the charisma of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is the kind, reserved type of personality who finds a way of, you know, putting his message across in a very unique way. He's got his own style. And I'm very confident that, I mean, if there is a clear way to make those distinctions, it is very obvious for you to see. Bawumia is a reserved type. Akufo-Addo is that man who is quiet but action in one way or the other. So those two things are clear examples.
Today? What are the things we should be looking at today?
Well, I think we should expect some new direction. Obviously, what Ghanaians are looking out for is a leader who would bring something new. Even though perhaps he will be willing to build upon a continuity of what has been done already. What I know for a fact is that Bawumia would be a driver of his own if he's able to put his messages across clearly and well for Ghanaians to understand. I am very certain that Ghanaians will be very convinced that yes, this will not only be a phase that has been in existence over the past 8 years, but a different phase and a different direction moving into 2025.
Now, Jefferson, you talk about continuity. I mean, look at the ordinary Ghanaian now. They complain about bread and butter, basic bread and butter issues. If then it is for continuity, why then must the Ghanaian choose Dr. Bawumia? Because the ordinary Ghanaian says, I am being punished in terms of taxes and the economic crisis that we are facing.
What I'm very certain is that Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is not going to be a continuation of this administration.
Right.
What I know is that he has his own vision. It is very important that, you know, this message that he's going to deliver tonight is able to spell that out. Having said that, it is also very important for him to deliver his record for Ghanaians to see that as Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, what were your achievements? What are the marks that shows that yes, you've been a very successful Vice President, and so if the Ghanaian people give you the mandate as the President of the Republic of Ghana, you can deliver. But I think the records are there for all of us to see. His digitalization agenda, which is very clear. All of us today can sit in our homes and do transactions digitally. Today, the police service, the National Ambulance Service are able to trace the residence of people, obviously because of a digitalized process that he put in place. So some of these things are very important. But for tonight, it is about what's new, what's special, what uniqueness, what new energy is Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia bringing on board moving into the 2024 elections.
One of the profound statements he made prior to the 2016 general elections was moving from taxation to production. How have we fared?
Well, I think it began with a process. But obviously, along the way, you know, we had challenges. I would say that in the first 3 years of the Akufo-Addo administration, we were very clear on our minds that this is a government that knows exactly what it is doing. Our GDP records were improving. We've recorded digital, you know, figures in terms of the indices and all that. But of course, we all know the challenges that hit us. And obviously, these are challenges that hit everywhere in the world. But in terms of an industrialized Ghana, that is what we are all looking out for. I think Ghanaians are going to be very specific in terms of how Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be able to transition from an Akufo-Addo-led administration into his own personal administration that will not bring any kind of contradiction whatsoever. It is going to be positivity. The man that I know is someone who is very focused in humility. He does it on a very quiet, and I'm very certain that he's also learned a lot, obviously. When you work with somebody for a long time, knowing the strength of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and how focused he is, I mean, as a presidential candidate, his vision and mission were very consistent. His message in 2008 was not different from his message in 2012, and it wasn't different from his message in 2016. And I think we have all come to learn that consistency in politics works in one way or the other, especially if you have the people who would push your dreams and aspirations forward.
His messages. One of the messages was he didn't believe in taxing mobile money. We have not heard him speak about the e-levy. Will he speak about the e-levy? Will he shy away from the position of the current government?
I don't think it will be good for me to say exactly the things that he
But
will
you
say.
say you know the man.
Yeah,
You know what? All right,
but his message for tonight, it is something exclusive to him, and we are all waiting to see exactly and hear exactly what new Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is bringing on board tonight. And that is the expectation of all parliamentary candidates here as well.
So he said to us that he was waiting to ensure that he had all your parliamentary candidates set. He didn't want trouble. Do you not think that he should have a say in who becomes parliamentary candidate where? He should have an interest. He should even sponsor candidates quietly so that he can have a full grip of the party. Akufo-Addo, for 16 to 20 years, owns the MPP now. He should also start owning the party.
The new patriotic party understands democracy. You know, we do not impose people on constituencies, and I think the party machinery itself would always frown against something like that. And so, as an understander of democracy and the principles of the new patriotic party, he thought it wise to be able to wait, no matter how long it took, for all parliamentary candidates to be elected before he delivers his message. Because mind you, we as parliamentary candidates would also be sending out his messages, right? We are only going to build upon the messages and his vision and localize it to what suits our various constituencies. So I think it is a step in the right direction.
Okay, so Jeff, let you hold on there. We are going to go to the auditorium now and receive the arrival of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, the Minister for Information and Media Relations, who is also the Master of Ceremony for this particular event, has just announced the entry of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Everybody has been asked to be on their feet, and they are on their feet to receive Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They are holding the miniature Ghana flag as they celebrate. From former President John Ejekum Kufuor, who is here, to the First Lady, Madam Rebecca Akufo-Addo, who is also here, Ministers of State, almost all Ministers of State are here. I see so many deputy ministers of state who are also coming here.
So,
presidential staff,
from my part,
parliamentary candidates have come to
so from where I'm seated, the entire party leadership is from the General Secretary to the Chairman of the party leading, the organizers, the dancers leading, and Dr. Bawumia is making his way through a crowd, followed immediately by his wife, Mrs. Samira Bawumia, and the entire hall is going into a frenzy with the flags of our dear nation being waved by everyone. He's made his way to the very front of the house, and he's been ushered to the seat reserved for him. The program will start as soon as the Yenara Yasasini song is sang by the Winneba Youth Choir, and the entire program will therefore be underway.
So Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President and flag bearer of the NPP, just entering the hall now. And having entered, he's shaking hands now with the persons on the front row. Several dignitaries from chairman of the party, Ahmed Osu-Ajiman, former chairman, Freddie Wosime-Wuble. I see former national organizer of Lite Kome, Lord Kome. I see also in your shot there, the Honorable Sir Chairman Sabos, leader of the caucus in Parliament, the Deputy Speaker of the House, Joseph Suzu. We have Attorney General Godfrey Yebo Adame, Deputy, former Deputy, now Minister for...
So he's been led...
The Vice President shakes him, the potential running mate. I am seeing he's being flanked by his spouse doing the greetings and exchanging of pleasantries. Speaking there to all the persons who matter, the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Stephen Ayenso, team receiving him, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, the wife of the Vice President's boss. They just gave a very warm embrace. Okay.
Wave your flags, wave your flags, wave your flags, wave your flags. And he's exchanging pleasantries with colleagues who he contested the presidential candidature with. Isn't this beautiful? A party united, a party bold and strong. Give us a wave of your Ghana flag wherever you are. First floor and second floor, the leader is about to give you a wave. The leader is about to give you a wave. The leader is about to give you a wave. When the leader arrives at a sitting position, we shall remain standing for the Yenara Assassin Day and the opening prayer. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall remain standing. We shall remain standing as the Winneba Youth Choir sings for us the Yenara Assassin Apostle Into. We'll say an opening prayer for us. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Winneba Youth Choir. And we are very grateful to the Winneba Youth Choir for the patriotic songs ahead of this evening's engagement. We will remain standing for the opening prayer. Our colleagues in the media, please move to the media quadrant created for you.
Shall we pray? Father God, we gather here today under your care and protection. We thank you for everyone here present and those still on their way. We want to thank you also for the life our words and conversation with truth and grace, and may your perfect will be done through this event. In the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
You may please resume your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We ask our colleagues in the media to kindly move to the media quadrant as we get our engagement underway. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the UPSA, from where tonight the leader of the New Patriotic Party and the party's presidential candidate for the 2024 elections, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will soon be addressing the Republic of Ghana. For any person seeking to lead a nation, he or she must have a bold, clear vision to express. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, running on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, has a set of bold solutions to put out to the Republic tonight. But he does this on the shoulders of giants. The MPP has been blessed with leaders who over the years have demonstrated bold visions for Ghana. J.B. Dankwa expressed bold visions of a democratic country with respect for rights. S.K. Dumbo expressed a vision of a robust parliament, even if it had to cost him his own leadership. K. Buzia believed in decentralization and rural development, among others. Albert Edubuahin spoke about strong governance institutions to build a strong nation. John Ejekum Kufuor, among others, spoke about building the golden age of business. Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, among others, spoke about the free senior high school program. And for the year 2024, we have a new leader. I said we have a new leader. We have a new leader in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And he too will soon be setting out his vision for the Republic. Before he does so, I want to invite Dr. Antoinette Tibudako to acknowledge some of our key dignitaries who are.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are truly grateful to everyone who has made it here today. It is indeed a great day as we all gather to listen to the maiden speech of His Excellency, the flag bearer and leader of our great party. But we still have to mention the many who have joined us today. His Excellency, the former President of Ghana, John Ejekum Kufuor, thank you for coming here today. Her Excellency, the beautiful First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, thank you for joining us today. Her Excellency, the awesome, unique, and spiritual Second Lady of Ghana, Hajia Samira Bawumia, the wife of our flag bearer, thank you for joining us today. Her Excellency, Honorable Frema Akosia Opare, the Ghana's first female Chief of Staff, thank you for being with us. Members of the National Council and elders of MPP, our National Chairman, my General Secretary and our General Secretary, former presidential aspirants and of the New Patriotic Party, former presidential candidates, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished traditional rulers, revered Council of Zongo Chiefs and Elders, honorable ministers and deputy ministers of state, our religious leaders and members of the Christian Council of Ghana, honorable members of parliament, our parliamentary candidates, metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, CEOs and deputies of all state agencies, past and present leadership of the New Patriotic Party from our regions and all constituencies, representatives of all political parties in Ghana, academia and heads of all institutions, civil society and non-governmental organizations, representatives of all workers' unions and other bodies, distinguished invited guests, students, our UPSA family, the Pro-VC, who is our host for today, fellow patriots from all over Ghana, our media partners from across the country, and every citizen here gathered, especially our cherished viewers on all stations and channels who are listening to us today. Our deepest appreciation for your time, for your presence, and your dedication. We promise you an exciting journey together. Thank you for joining us. And now, he is the eighth to lead the majestic Elephant Party. He is persevering and yet extremely gentle and calm, but he has a firm hand. Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished invited guests, fellow patriots, let us welcome with a resounding applause our national chairman, Honorable Stephen Ayesu Intim.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very tall addressing of all the dignitaries, but I'll give it a shot. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, in the person of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Your Excellency, former President John Ajekun Kufuor, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodua Frimpong. All protocols duly observed. I am happy to welcome all of you, those of us gathered in this auditorium and those watching through various media channels, to this historic occasion. On the 4th of November 2023, we made history. The MPP made history by electing His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia as the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. Not only is he the fourth presidential candidate of the party in this dispensation, but he's also the first minority candidate. This is a testament to the party's commitment to democracy and inclusivity. By electing Dr. Bawumia, we have demonstrated that we are not an exclusivist party, but one that values diversity and embraces different perspectives. I commend Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for his exceptional determination and hard work, which has earned him the well-deserved position of the MPP's presidential candidate for 2024. I congratulate him on my behalf, as well as on behalf of all the national officers, most of whom are present here with us. Their continued support for the party and the democratic process is greatly appreciated. Indeed, our presence here today shows our love for the party and commitment to its values. Thank you for being part of our journey towards a better future. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the party's rank and file for their discipline and hard work in organizing the widely acclaimed, peaceful, and transparent presidential and parliamentary primaries. I commend your efforts, and I expect all parliamentary candidates and party executives to take immediate action by reaching out to all unsuccessful aspirants and form formidable constituency campaign teams to guarantee our party retains its majority in the 10th Parliament. Failure to do so is not an option. It is time to put aside all differences and come together. Let us bridge every gap, heal every wound, and work together with a renewed passion for victory. Remember, when we stand united, we are unstoppable. So, let's join hands and search or march in unity towards a resounding first round victory on December 7th. Having said this, it is indeed possible. I don't want to take the wind out of the sail of our flag bearer, so thank you for listening, and I leave the floor. Thank you.
I think we could do it better. Another round of applause for our honorable chairman. He is popularly called Ghana's gentle giant. He ruled from 2000 to 2008. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the most revered former president of Ghana for his message.
flag bearer of the MPP, will set the ball rolling by outlining. Hello, good people of Ghana. In recent months, the New Patriotic Party has been actively preparing for the 2024 elections. Earlier, when I was elected as flag bearer, I announced that I have my own vision for Ghana. We've just finished electing parliamentary candidates across various constituencies. And now, we are ready to kickstart a series of engagements nationwide with you, the good people of Ghana. I, Mahamudu Bawumia, flag bearer of the MPP, will set the ball rolling by outlining highlights of my vision for Ghana's next chapter. I invite you to join me on 7th February 2024 at 5 p.m. live on your favorite TV, radio and digital platforms to hear what I will do by God's grace if elected as the next president of Ghana. My vision is built on the same philosophy, but pursues some different paths, which I believe will make our nation great and strong. Join me and let's together get Ghana moving. Hello, good people of Ghana. In recent months, the New Patriotic Party has been actively preparing for the 2024 elections. Earlier, when I was elected as flag bearer, I announced that I have my own vision for Ghana. We've just finished electing parliamentary candidates across various constituencies. And now, we are ready to kickstart a series of engagements nationwide with you, the good people of Ghana. I, Mahamudu Bawumia, flag bearer of the MPP, will set the ball rolling by outlining highlights of my vision for Ghana's next chapter. I invite you to join me on 7th February 2024 at 5 p.m. live on your favorite TV, radio and digital platforms to hear what I will do by God's grace if elected as the next president of Ghana. My vision is built on the same philosophy, but pursues some different paths, which I believe will make our nation great and strong. Join me and let's together get Ghana moving. Hello, good people of Ghana. In recent months, the New Patriotic Party has been actively preparing for the 2024 elections. Earlier, when I was elected as flag bearer, I announced that I have my own vision for Ghana. We've just finished electing parliamentary candidates across various constituencies. And now, we are ready to kickstart a series of engagements nationwide with you, the good people of Ghana. I, Mahamudu Bawumia, flag bearer of the MPP, will set the ball rolling by outlining highlights of my vision for Ghana's next chapter. I invite you to join me on 7th February 2024 at 5 p.m. live on your favorite TV, radio and digital platforms to hear what I will do by God's grace if elected as the next president of Ghana. My vision is built on the same philosophy, but pursues some different paths, which I believe will make our nation great and strong. Join me and let's together get Ghana moving.
And the temperance of leading a nation in search of a way forward. Ghana has come to a crossroads, and I'm serious here. It's not the normal, regular politics we want. We want a leadership with a vision talked about. A leader of the new technologies to pick the requisite manpower. And here, allow me, I'm a party man soundly, but I tell you, we should be talking about the nation and not so much about the party. But get people of competence to work with him to find our way out of the confusion our society and economy have been plunged into. I wouldn't blame any side. When you look at the track records of all the parties, I tell you, you can't find one that can say that in their time they were excellent or superb. No. We are in a new situation, and I believe the saying that cometh the hour, cometh the man is now. The hour has come for this man and I like the theme that is posted against the wall. Look at behind the lectern there. Bold solutions for the future. Without the preparations I've talked about, understanding the new technologies and knowing the sort of people to recruit to work with, and really being committed to your nation to secure a decent and dignified niche in the global context for your nation, that is geopolitics. Without them, I tell you, we will continue to wallow. So, I'm witnessing that it seems, looking across the field of the arena of contact. And I have a feeling, I have a very strong feeling. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for His Excellency. And that's a handshake of blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready to receive the leader as he delivers his vision statement. Ahead of that though, Ghanaians have been expressing some expectations. Please pay attention to the screens as we recap some of these expectations and introduce to you the leader of the New Patriotic Party.
Are you ready for Ghana's next chapter? Meet Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the Vice President of Ghana and the flag bearer of the new patriotic party, the NPP. He is about to unveil the next chapter of Ghana's development. A selfless leader, ready to lead with hope and create bold solutions for Ghana's future. Dr. Bawumia is not just a leader. He is a listener, a visionary, and a unifier. His vision is built on one simple principle: selfless leadership. He has been there on the ground, understanding the current challenges faced by everyday Ghanaians. Under the NPP government, Ghana has seen remarkable growth and transformation. But Dr. Bawumia knows there's more to be done. His vision is about building a future that leaves no one behind. Bold solutions for the future means tackling our toughest challenges head on. Education that empowers and builds a nation. Healthcare that heals and makes a healthy nation. And jobs that provide our economic sustainability. It's time for Ghana's next chapter, where every voice matters and every dream is within reach. It is possible. Join us as we embark on this journey towards selfless leadership and bold solutions for the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to please be on your feet and with your flags waving. Stage, the leader, the leader, the leader, the leader, the presidential candidate of the NPP for the 2024 elections, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Thank you very much. Your Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, former President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo, First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency Samira Bawumia, my beautiful Samira, Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Akosua Osei Prima Opare, Chief of Staff, Stephen Ayensu Inti, National Chairman, our General Secretary, Justin Kodia Frimpong, the Chairman of the Council of Elders, Honorable Hackman Owusu-Ejiman, and members of the Council of Elders, members of the National Executives, members of the Council of State, Ministers of State here present, members of Parliament, parliamentary candidates, former presidential aspirants, members of the diplomatic corps, religious leaders, traditional leaders, CEOs present, invited guests, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. 3 months ago, I was elected as leader and flag bearer of the new patriotic party to lead the party into the 2024 election. I am eternally grateful to His Excellency the President I was elected as leader and flag bearer of the new patriotic party to lead the party into the 2024 election. I am eternally grateful to His Excellency the President. I was elected as leader and flag bearer of the new patriotic party to lead the party into the 2024 election. I am eternally grateful to His Excellency the President. As leader and bearer of the new patriotic party to lead the party into the 2024 election. I am eternally grateful to His Excellency the President. As leader position he is seeking. Even though tonight is about sharing my vision and policy priorities with you, I crave your indulgence to broadly set up the context. I will first talk about the record of our government and my contribution as Vice President before I lay out my vision. So I ask for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, when we assumed office in 2017, we were confronted with an economy with declining economic growth, along with several problems and challenges. A graphic description of the state of the economy at the time was provided by the former president and my main opponent for the 2024 presidential election, who announced to the nation that the meat was finished and the economy was left with bones. Notwithstanding the difficult economy we inherited, we had to get on with it and start to fix the problems. We started with a clear, decisive, and deliberate program to, among other things, stabilize the economy, fix DUMSO, fix the National Health Insurance Scheme, fix the roads, clear the arrears, make education free and accessible, significantly enhance social protection for the vulnerable in society, industrialize our economy, tackle youth unemployment, and empower farmers. Between 2017 and 2019, all the key economic indicators, such as economic growth, agricultural growth, industry growth, interest rates, fiscal deficit, exchange rate depreciation, and the trade balance, were all moving in the right direction. However, between 2020 and 2022, we experienced severe challenges triggered by the pandemic, which brought the world and our country to a thundering halt. We may be tired of hearing it, but there is no avoiding the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war resulted in the greatest economic depression in the world since the 1930s, with most countries recording negative GDP growth. The severity, especially of the pandemic, was captured in the words of the IMF Managing Director, then as, and I quote, "This crisis, like no other. This is a crisis like no other. Pandemics don't respect borders. Neither do the economic shocks they cause. The outlook is dire. We expect global economic activity to decline to a scale we have not seen since the Great Depression. End quote. Supply chain disruptions and rising price of oil resulted in major increases in the prices of fuel, freight, and food across the globe. I believe it is worth pointing out that in addition to the external factors, there were two major items of expenditure that are critical to understanding the difficult economic situation we have faced. And these are the banking sector cleanup and the energy sector excess capacity payments that we inherited. Expenditure on these three items, including the COVID-19 expenditure, cumulatively amounted to 50.1 billion Ghana cedis, and this was financed from borrowing. Ladies and gentlemen, the fiscal deficit, which was reduced from 8.4% to 4.1% in 2019, increased to 10.8% in 2020 as a result of revenue declines in the midst of increased expenditures during COVID. In addition, our debt became unsustainable. Along with many emerging economies, Ghana lost access to international capital market finance. This resulted in a balance of payments crisis, as Ghana had to continue to honor its debt obligations, energy payments, and the import bill. We faced a serious global and domestic economic crisis. There were many who predicted that we were going to end up like the situation in Sri Lanka, with fuel shortages, food shortages, inability to pay workers, doomsday, anarchy, and chaos. Indeed, Ghanaians were hit hard by rising food prices, increased exchange rate depreciation, and rising fuel prices and rising transportation fares. Bond holders also saw a sharp decline in their net worth following the painful debt restructuring program. We faced very challenging times, but with calm leadership and the support and understanding of the good people of Ghana, we have weathered the storm. The government had to seek IMF support to stabilize our economy and restore fiscal and debt sustainability over 3 years. I must at this stage salute and give particular recognition to the Bank of Ghana, which has come under unfair criticism for taking the necessary measures which help pull the economy back from the brink. The Bank of Ghana provided needed financing to the government at that critical moment. What the Bank of Ghana did was very responsible in putting the interest of the good citizens of Ghana first. The data which is available shows that the financing provided back to the government by the Bank of Ghana was temporary. The Bank of Ghana has provided zero financing to government in 5 out of the last 7 years. Zero financing in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. The Bank of Ghana financing of government
in the COVID-19 year of 2020 and the liquidity crisis year of 2022 was because of the domestic and global crisis and no access to international capital markets. Ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that the data shows that the economy is recovering from the crisis we faced. Has declined from 54% in January last year to 23% in December 2023. Economic growth is rebounding, spending is under control, and the fiscal deficit as a percentage of GDP has declined from 10.8% in 2020 to 4.2% in 2023. The debt to GDP ratio, after increasing from 61.2% in 2019 to 76.6% in 2021, has declined to 66.4% in 2023. And the exchange rate depreciation has also slowed down sharply since February 2023. Whereas the exchange rate depreciated by 30% in 2022, between February and December 2023, the exchange rate depreciated by only 9%. Ladies and gentlemen, what is remarkable is that notwithstanding the domestic and global crisis that we have experienced between 2020 and 2022, the economic performance as measured by the key economic indicators such as GDP growth, agricultural growth, industry growth, trade balance, exchange rate depreciation, lending rates, gross international reserves, and jobs. The performance of all these key indicators is better under our government than that of the 2013 to 2016 period, when there was no global crisis. When there was no global crisis. Let me give you two examples for the sake of time. You look at agricultural growth and the stronger GDP growth performance in 2017 to 2022 period is underpinned by a strong agricultural GDP growth, which increased from an average of 2.9% between 2013 and 2016 to an average of 6% between 2017 and 2022. We have done double what we inherited, notwithstanding the crisis. We have made a lot of progress in agriculture, even though there is more to be done. Rice imports, for example, have declined by 45% from 805,000 metric tons to 440,000 metric tons between 2021 and 2023. The goal is to be a net exporter of rice by 2028. It is clear that some of our policy interventions, such as planting for food and jobs, have borne fruit. I now tackle exchange rate depreciation. On the performance of the cedi exchange rate, it is also interesting to note that between 2013 and 2016, just before we came into office, the cedi depreciated by an average of 17.7% annually. But since 2016, between 2017 and 2020, there was a significant decline in cedi depreciation to an average of 7.5%. The average cedi depreciation further declined to 6.8% between 2017 and 2021. However, the 30% depreciation of the cedi in 2022 resulted in the average depreciation of the cedi between 2017 and 2022 to be 10.75%. So again, notwithstanding the domestic and global economic crisis, the depreciation of the cedi under our government is lower than that we inherited from the 2013 to 2016 period. Let me talk about jobs. What is probably the most remarkable development in terms of the economy is that our government has created 2.1 million jobs between 2017 and 2022, notwithstanding the global economic crisis. The public sector recruited 1.2 million people, while the private sector created 975,000 jobs, according to SNIT data. We recruited 100,000 more health workers, 100,000 more teachers, more than double the fire service personnel, and so on. Our government clearly has created more jobs in the last 7 years than any other government. Remarkable under the circumstances, even though we still have to create more. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly, notwithstanding the economic crisis, this government has been able to steer the ship of the nation away from catastrophe. In the face of the crisis, overall performance of the economy in areas such as GDP growth, agricultural growth, industrial growth, trade balance, gross international reserves, and job creation has demonstrated resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, available data also shows that notwithstanding the challenging economy we inherited and the global economic crisis that ensued, government has chalked a large number of achievements across the country. Due to the constraints of time, we will only be able to enumerate a few of these achievements. However, government will soon outdoor our performance tracker in the next few weeks, which will detail all of our achievements in every sector and every district in the Republic of Ghana. But I'll name just a few of the achievements. We have undertaken a major roads construction and rehabilitation program across the country, over 11,674 kilometers of roads according to data from the Ministry of Roads and Highways. I am not aware of any government done much in the road sector since 1992. We have initiated and overseen the construction and rehabilitation of more railways than any other government since 1992. Achimota in Sawam, Accra, Tema, Kujokrom Takwa, Kujokrom Manso, and Tema Mpakada. We have extended the rural telephony network to more areas than any other government since 1992. We have increased the network from 78 sites to 1,008 sites. We have constructed more fish landing sites than any other government. Exim, Dix Cove, Moree, Mumford, Winnipeg, Senyabreku, Gomoa, Fete, Teshi, Keta, Osu, Ekumfi, and Advanced Island. Ladies and gentlemen, our government has constructed more sports facilities than any other government since 1992. We have completed 6 new multi-purpose sports stadia and 4 ongoing in each of the 10 regions, all 10 old regions. We completed the University of Ghana Stadium in Legon, built multi-purpose sports facilities at Portaman for the African Games, as well as increased the public astronauts. When we came to office, there were only 3 astronauts in Ghana. Today, we have over 150 and we have constructed more infrastructure and implemented more development policies in the Zongo community than any other government system. The Zongo Development Fund has completed over 200 infrastructure projects in Zongo community. We have strengthened the National Health Insurance Scheme, which President Kufuor bequeathed, which was on its knees when we assumed office. Between 2013 and 2016, the number of NHIS registrations increased by 500,000, from 10.1 million to 10.6 million. Between 2017 and 2022, on the other hand, the number of NHIS registrations increased by 6.5 million people to 17.1 million. We have also extended NHIS coverage to childhood cancers and hydroxyurea medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, we provided free electricity to lifeline consumers and a 50% discount to other consumers for a whole year during COVID-19. It is important, and it is very important that you hear that between 2009 and 2016, the average annual increase in the electricity tariffs was 50% a year between 2009 and 2016. Average annual increase was 50% a year. Between 2017 and 2023, on the other hand, the average annual increase has been 11.1%. This is the lowest average annual increase in end-user electricity tariffs for any government since 1992. We have also introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to assist people with problems of rent advance. And so far, 1,492 people have benefited from the National Rental Assistance Scheme. Of course, we have implemented free TVET, and we have also implemented free senior high school education. Free SHS has seen an increase in enrollment from 800,000 in 2016 to 1.4 million by 2022. The year 2023 recorded the highest ever level of enrollment in senior high school. Around 500,000 students are enrolling in 2023. In addition, the performance of the students at the WASI examination is also the best since 2015. And what is even more remarkable is that today we have virtually achieved gender parity in the senior high school between boys and girls in Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to go deeper. December 2016 to solve many of the systemic problems and challenges that our citizens were facing, and which we had highlighted in our manifesto. For example, there was no unique identity, no property address system, fake birth certificates, and so on. We have lived with many of these problems since independence. For me, to lead is to solve. Indeed, is about finding solutions. Solutions that improve lives. Solutions that make public services efficient and accessible. Solutions that make society progress. Solutions that protect the public purse. Solutions that make our businesses competitive. I derive my greatest satisfaction from solving problems, and I have done so whenever I am given the opportunity, and will do more if I am given the mandate to do so. I have long held the view that many of these problems facing the economy could be resolved through digitalization. In fact, in my 2010 book on monetary policy and financial sector reform in Africa, I proposed digitalization amongst others as the way forward for African countries. So when we assumed office in 2017, as Vice President, I made the decision, with the blessings and support of the President, to focus on the critical but underdeveloped systems that would expand the economy, improve systems, and create jobs through digitalization. Therefore, as the Finance Minister oversees the budget through fiscal policy, the governor of the central bank digitalization on monetary and exchange rate policy.
Therefore, as the
complementary data and systems improvement that will ensure the ease of doing business and change the dynamics of the economy, making it more dynamic and responsive to modern trends and the management of it more scientific and efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, I am thankfully appointed as chairman of the Economic Management Team. As a subcommittee to cabinet, we do not have any decision-making powers, but I am very proud of the quality of advice we have been providing over the years to come. As Vice President, I was asked by the President to assist in solving some of the problems that were inhibiting the transformation of Ghana's economy. My approach was to help formalize the economy through digitalization as stated in our 2016 manifesto. This is why my office has had oversight responsibility for many of the government's digitalization. We can only build a vibrant nation if we have strong systems and institutions that work. Very soon, artificial intelligence will transform the world. How are we preparing Ghana for this new phenomenon? I will now come to how we are using digitalization to transform the economy and preparing our society to be competitive as Africa busily becoming the largest.
Now come to how we are using digitalization to transform the economy and preparing our society to be competitive as Africa is busily becoming the largest single market in the world with its 1.4 billion people. Ladies and gentlemen, a major problem that we had as a country was the absence of a unique identity for citizens and residents. With oversight from my office, the National Identification Authority moved very quickly with the issuance of the biometric national ID card, the Ghana card, to the population. The Ghana card project was initiated by President Kufuor. So far, some 17 million people have been enrolled on the Ghana card by the NIA. I would like to note that between 2007 and 2016, only 900,000 Ghana cards were issued. With the Ghana card, the identity of the people, even
dead people can be established using their fingerprints. With the Ghana card, every Ghanaian, regardless of locations or status, whether rich or poor, now can be officially registered and recognized as a Ghanaian. Before this, it was possible for someone to be born, live, and die in Ghana without ever being registered. Identity fraud, age cheating, football age, people cheating on their retirement age, fake birth certificates, fake passports will no longer be possible with the Ghana card. Today, because your Ghana card is linked to your bank account and your SIM card, people cannot just go and borrow money from the bank and disappear and appear with a new name as used to happen. And this led to higher interest rates. The Ghana card can also be used to travel from abroad into Ghana from 44,000 airports in the world. The Ghana card is a major element in many of the digitalization initiatives that we have undertaken. That is why its successful implementation has been so important to me. Ladies and gentlemen, to solve the problem of a lack of a working address system in Ghana, with oversight from my office, we have leveraged on GPS technology to implement a digital address system for Ghana, capturing every square inch of land or water in Ghana. Today, every property in Ghana has a unique digital address, along with street names and house numbers. And finding directions to any location is now very easy. Ladies and gentlemen, we faced a major problem of very few people having access to financial services. To solve this problem, I championed the implementation of mobile money interoperability. Mobile money interoperability has made it possible to transfer money seamlessly across different mobile money providers and between bank accounts and mobile wallets. Today, because of mobile money interoperability, you can transfer money from a customer of one mobile money service provider to a customer of a different mobile money service provider, and also make payments from your mobile money account into any bank account, and you can receive payments from any bank account into your mobile money account. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do this 24 hours a day. Apart from achieving financial inclusion, mobile money interoperability has also significantly promoted a cashless culture, especially by our market women and the business community, thus reducing robberies and attacks on market women and business folks on our highways. Armed robbers used to attack vehicles carrying traders, knowing they were carrying cash. But now, many traders don't carry cash because they keep their monies on their mobile wallets for seamless transactions wherever they are. Today, because of mobile money interoperability, you can also receive remittances from abroad directly onto your mobile wallet without the need to go to a bank or Western Union money transfer. Because the mobile money account performs just like a bank account, as a result of mobile money interoperability, over 90% of Ghanaian adults have mobile money accounts that function just like bank accounts. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have basically solved the problem of financial exclusion in Ghana. The State of Inclusive Instant Payment Report has ranked Ghana as the #1 in Africa in terms of access to financial inclusion. #1 in the whole of Africa. Today, because of digitalization, anyone can do banking and digital financial transactions 24 hours a day. The data shows that at the end of 2016, the total cumulative value of mobile money transactions was 78.5 billion Ghana cedis at the end of 2016. Following mobile money interoperability, the total cumulative value of mobile money transactions has increased from 78.5 billion to 1.9 trillion cedis in 2023. Therefore, between 2016 and 2023, following mobile money interoperability, Momo transactions have increased by 2,335%, a 23-fold increase. This is why Ghana continues to be the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital payments infrastructure that we have put in place is boosting e-commerce in Ghana. Businesses are booming over Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. Many people who could not afford to rent or build shops are able to do business on the internet at little cost, with deliveries helped by the digital address and payments using mobile money interoperability. Ladies and gentlemen, e-commerce can be done 24 hours a day. Ghana is currently ranked #6 in Africa in terms of e-commerce. #6 in Africa, behind Mauritius, Nigeria, South Africa, Tunisia, and Morocco, according to ANCTA. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing corruption in the public service, our approach to improving delivery of public services is to minimize human contact as much as possible. Therefore, we embarked on an aggressive digitalization of processes of service delivery across many public institutions with coordination from my office. When you look at the passport office, we have digitalized the passport office with oversight from my office. With digitalization, the average turnaround for acquisition of passports has been significantly reduced, and 24 hours a day. The digitalization of the passport application process has resulted in a major increase in the number of passports processed annually, as well as the revenue yield to the passport office. In 2018, the total number of passports issued was 346,911, and the revenue generated in 2018 was 11.8 million. By 2023, following digitalization, the passport office issued 751,761 passports with revenue of 94 million Ghana cedis. The ultimate objective is to eradicate human interface in all phases of the passport application process, to give true meaning to the online filing and processing of forms. I will come back to this issue of passport shortly when I get into my vision and priorities. Then we went to the port. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, previously, the bureaucracy in the clearing of goods at Ghana's ports involved a lot of paperwork, which used to be largely manual. This caused delays, corruption, inefficiencies, frustration, and loss of revenue to government. Many citizens who had cleared goods at the country's ports had horror stories about their experiences at the port. With oversight from my office, the introduction of a paperless port system has reduced the layers and simplified the process, reduced the time needed to clear goods and the avenues for corruption, and increased efficiencies and revenue mobilization at the port. Digitalization has also taken place at the Drivers and Vehicle Licensing Authority, which offers two traditional services: driver licensing and vehicle registration services. And today, the office services that DVLA is offering can be matched they're just world class. They can be matched to any other country. Ladies and gentlemen, my office also worked with the National Insurance Commission to implement the motor insurance database. The objective of the introduction of the motor insurance database is to provide more safeguards for the millions of Ghanaians who travel by road by ensuring that vehicles are insured. It also curbs the menace of vehicles with fake motor insurance stickers plying our roads and thus endangering lives and property. With digitalization of the motor insurance in Ghana, members of the public can now self-check the authenticity of their insurance policy by dialing a USSD code, *920*57# and follow the instructions. You put in the number, it will tell you whether the car is insured or is not insured. So, today you can know the status of the vehicle, is the insurance status of any vehicle 24 hours a day. Today, because of digitalization, you can also apply for insurance for your vehicle on your mobile phone and receive your insurance sticker electronically. And you can do this 24 hours a day. Ladies and gentlemen, with oversight from my office, we have digitized the births and deaths registry, and we have just completed the integration of the births and deaths registry with the databases of the Ghana Health Service and the National Identification Authority, so that the record of births and deaths would be consistent across all of these databases. Starting this quarter, in fact, I will launch this in a few weeks, but starting this quarter, newborn children in Ghana will be given a Ghana card number. But the actual Ghana card will be issued when the child is 6 years old, when his or her biometrics are fully formed. So we are bringing abrochure to Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past, candidates applying for a scholarship usually had to travel from all parts of Ghana to Accra to take part in the application process. This caused a great deal of inconvenience for applicants seeking government sponsorships. The manual processes of the Scholarship Secretariat resulted in an inefficient administration of scholarships in the country. With the digitalization of the Scholarship Secretariat, candidates can now apply for scholarship from the comfort of their homes 24 hours a day and take aptitude tests and be interviewed in their own districts. The Ghana.gov platform. Ladies and gentlemen, to make it easy to access government services, I led the initiative to establish the Ghana.gov platform, which was implemented with oversight from my office. The Ghana.gov platform is a one-stop shop for accessing government services. So far, out of the 1,516 ministries, departments, and agencies targeted, we have onboarded 1,503 of them onto the Ghana.gov platform for e-government services. So 99% of MMDAs have been onboarded on the Ghana.gov platform. All payments on the Ghana.gov platform go directly into the government accounts to ensuring transparency. Since 2020, a total of 201 billion Ghana cedis has been collected for government on the platform. For services onboarded and receiving payments, you should be able to apply for and obtain any government service online through the Ghana.gov platform 24 hours a day. Digitalization has therefore dealt a severe blow to the corruption involved in the collection of payments by different institutions for government. The progress Ghana has made in the 2022 e-governance index, Ghana is ranked #1 in West Africa and #4 in the whole of Africa in terms of e-governance. And we are ahead of countries such as Rwanda, Botswana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Kenya, and Uganda. With oversight from my office, ladies and gentlemen, digitalization at the Electricity Company of Ghana has allowed the buy your mobile phone through the mobile ECG app. This has provided relief to customers who no longer have to queue for long hours to buy electricity units. Also, for people whose credit runs out at odd hours, they can purchase electricity credit on their mobile phones 24 hours a day. Now, for people who need a new service or a separate meter from ECG, they can also apply online 20 hours a day. 3.5 million people are on the ECG app. And as a result of digitalization, ECG's monthly revenue collections have increased from 450 million Ghana cedis a month to 1.2 billion Ghana cedis a month. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has a major challenge in the area of domestic revenue mobilization. The tax to GDP ratio is about 14%, compared to 27% for South Africa and 34% for the advanced OECD countries. Most adults in Ghana are outside the tax net, and compliance is very low. At the beginning of 2017, only 4% of the population of Ghana had tax identification numbers. To increase the number of people with tax identification numbers, I propose that we designate the Ghana card as the tax identification number. In doing this, we have increased the percentage of adults with tax identification numbers from 4% to 85%. It is now incumbent on the GRA to use this database in tax collection to broaden the tax net. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, with over the SNIT, National Health
Insurance, GRA, Controller and Accountant General Payroll, DVA, bank account have all been linked to the NICs linked to the. Today, your SNIT number is your HIS number is your Ghana card number. Your SNIT number is your Ghana card number. Your NHIS number is your Ghana card number. Your TIN number is your Ghana card number. The integration of the database is allowing us to successfully weed out ghost workers. On payroll, a biometric audit of the National Service aptitude tests and be interviewed in their own districts. The Ghana.gov platform. I led the initiative to establish the Ghana.gov platform, which was implemented with oversight from my office. The Ghana.gov platform is a one-stop shop for accessing. MMDAs have been onboarded on the Ghana.gov platform. All payments on the Ghana.gov platform go directly into the government accounts to ensuring transparency. Since 2020, a total of 201 billion Ghana cedis has been collected for government on the platform. For services onboarded and receiving payments, you should be able to apply for and obtain any government service online through the Ghana.gov platform 24 hours a day. Digitalization has therefore dealt a severe blow to the corruption involved in the collection of payments by different institutions for government. The progress Ghana has made in the 2022 e-governance index, Ghana is ranked number 1 in West Africa and number 4 in the whole of Africa in terms of e-governance. And we are ahead of countries such as Rwanda, Botswana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Kenya, and Uganda. With oversight from my office, ladies and gentlemen, digitalization at the Electricity Company of Ghana has allowed the buy your mobile phone through the mobile ECG app. This has provided relief to customers who no longer have to keep. He was losing blood that night, and the doctors were trying to get blood for him. We rushed to the hospital blood bank, but it was closed. I tried to get the phone number of the one in charge and made several calls, but he did not pick up. We were running against time, and by the morning, my father had died. That painful experience is forever with me. So when I heard about zipline drone in an emergency, I was determined to get it for Ghana, to save many lives that are needlessly lost.
I went to Silicon Valley in the USA, and I had a meeting with the co-founder of Zipline, Robert Keller, and convinced him to set up Zipline in Ghana. When I announced the imminent arrival of Zipline in Ghana, our friends in the opposition said that the drones were for taking pictures of women in their bathrooms. Ladies and gentlemen, previously, hospitals and clinics in remote and largely rural communities like Nyangosre in Afajato South, Afram Plains, Yagaba, or Yunyo had difficulty of getting medical supplies, especially in times of emergencies involving snake bites, childbirth, blood loss, floods, and so on. Many lives are needlessly lost because the hospitals are unable to access critically needed supplies on time. To address this problem, Ghana opted to partner Zipline, the world's largest automated on-demand delivery service for medical supplies. We've established 6 Zipline distribution centers in Omanako in the eastern region, Panya, Ashanti, Mampong, Vopsi in northeast region, Seshuri also, Kete-Krachi, Enum, and Zipline has made millions of deliveries of medicines, blood, and vaccines to many remote parts of Ghana and has saved many lives. Ladies and gentlemen, Zipline services are available 24 hours a day. I should add rather proudly that Ghana is currently as the largest medical drone delivery service in the whole world. The whole world. What is even more impressive is that the drone centers are 100% manned by young, talented Ghanaians. They are manning all of the drones. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2019, I challenged the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana during their annual meeting in Ho to go digital and place all pharmacies in Ghana on a digital platform for ease of access by Ghanaians. The Pharmacy Council, in collaboration with the private sector, has completed the work on a digital platform for all pharmacies in Ghana. Basically, the National Electronic Pharmacy Platform will offer the opportunity for everybody through a mobile phone to upload your prescriptions and find out which pharmacies near you have the medicines. Secondly, you can compare the prices of the same drug offered by the different pharmacies and decide where you want to order from. And those orders will be delivered using your digital address at home. Ghanaians will experience the e-pharmacy platform in full operation this year when every pharmacy is onboarded. E-pharmacy services will be available 24 hours a day. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 7 years, we have witnessed what some international observers have described as an extraordinary digitalization of the Ghanaian economy. But this extraordinary digitalization has not happened in a vacuum. We have had to put in place critical infrastructure to support digitalization. I should note that 93% of NCA licensed fiber optic cable in Ghana, the total licensed fiber optic cable is 7,234 kilometers, but 93% of that was put in place since 2017. Since 2017. In addition, we've implemented a national government cloud infrastructure, cybersecurity infrastructure, deployed the public key infrastructure, PKI, to provide another layer of security to students, to citizens, to support digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, what is remarkable about Ghana's digitalization journey is that the various initiatives were implemented using local IT companies and local talent. It was deliberately done that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, if as my prospective employer, you ask me the question, so Dr. Bawumia, you want to be president of Ghana, can you tell us what you did for Ghana in your capacity as vice president? I will say in response that I have, with the support of the president, I've had the honor and the privilege to be given the opportunity to initiate, champion, or oversee many problem-solving policy initiatives. Many of these include many of the digitalization initiatives that I have just discussed, the no guarantor student loans with a Ghana card, one constituency, one ambulance, zipline drones, Agenda 111, the Sino-Hydro barter agreement, provision of hydroxyurea for sickle cell patients, Zongo Development Fund, the Bank of Ghana Gold Pages Program, the Gold for Oil policy, abolishing the filling of embarkation cards, Go Ride taxi service, the system to tackle ghost names on the public payroll, and many more. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, to note that many of the transformational policy initiatives that we have introduced since 2017 are being done for the first time since independence. What is interesting is that because many of them have not been done before, many people who think in terms of impossibility argue that they were not possible, but we have made them possible. Criticisms and name-calling eventually gave way to reality, as the nation is greatly benefiting from these initiatives. What we have been able to accomplish so far shows that it is possible for Ghana to achieve many things that some believe to be impossible. It is possible if we put our minds to it. We need to break the shackles of impossibility and embrace the mindset of possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I now come to my vision. As vice president, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional. I will be in the driver's seat with constitutionally mandated authority to pursue my vision and my priorities. So what do I want to do in terms of vision and priorities and policies if you give me the opportunity, by the grace of God, to become president of the Republic of Ghana? Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, I have been engaged in a lot of consultation and doing a lot of thinking in the last few months about the lessons of the last 7 years, as well as my vision and priorities as I seek to become President of the Republic of Ghana. Clearly, the initial conditions that we inherited in 2017 are not the same as will be in 2025. Therefore, my priorities will be different. We have done many good things, and I will be seeking to build upon them. My vision, ladies and gentlemen, is to create a tent big enough to accommodate all our people, to tap into the resourcefulness and talent of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures food self-sufficient, safe, prosperous, and a dignified future for all Ghanaians. To create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all and for Ghana to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution using systems and data. To realize this vision, we must have a mindset of possibilities and not impossibilities. The challenges we must overcome as a country are too important to let our political differences derail us. There is a critical failure of mindset that manifests itself in the absence of core values, patriotism, and principles within our society. We need to invigorate the can-do spirit of the Ghanaian, to believe that we can do better than we have ever imagined if we put our minds to it. For example, our student from Mamfi Girls High School, Prempeh College, have won international robotic competitions against their peers in the US, Germany, and South Korea. We must apply the same mindset of beating the world in robotics, sing-a-thons, and cook-a-thons to every sphere of economic activity. We must believe that it is possible. This must be inculcated in our children from home and in school. This is why we are going to introduce a growth mindset curriculum in our schools to help students build critical skills such as problem solving, risk taking, opportunity spotting, and design thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of macroeconomic stability, a major goal of my government will be to attain and sustain macroeconomic stability with low inflation, low interest rates, exchange rate stability, and low budget deficits. In terms of prudently managing our expenditures, to reduce the budget deficit and interest rates, my government will enhance fiscal discipline through an independent Fiscal Responsibility Council enshrined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 982. The Fiscal Responsibility Act will also be amended to add a fiscal rule that requires that budgeted expenditure in any year does not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue. This will prevent the experience of budgetary expenditures based on optimistic revenue forecasts, which many a time do not materialize. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, my government will reduce the fiscal burden on government by leveraging the private sector. Under the two-term administration of my boss, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, we have put in place many social safety nets like free SHS, free TVET, and so on. With all these social safety nets in place, my government will now focus on jobs and wealth creation by the private sector for all Ghanaians. My administration thank you, will incentivize the private sector to complement government in the provision of many infrastructure and other services to reduce government expenditure and improve maintenance. The private sector will be encouraged to build roads, schools, hostels, and houses for government to rent or lease to hold. The demand for roads construction is massive, and this has historically placed a huge burden on the budget. I believe that the private sector should finance the construction and maintenance of roads through PPP concession arrangements. Also, the government will move towards leasing rather than purchasing vehicles, printing equipment, and so on. The private sector will have the responsibility for maintaining the vehicles and the equipment. With this approach, government can save very significant outright cash out expenditure annually from various items across different ministries, departments, and agencies. This policy will energize the private sector and create many jobs. Enhancing the role of the private sector, along with fiscal and administrative decentralization, improving our systems and the way our institutions function, will lead to greater efficiency, cutting waste and ensuring value for money in procurement. The move towards private sector provision of many public services would create the fiscal space of at least 3% of GDP annually. This represents a major paradigm shift. Additionally, an efficient system of governance will require even fewer ministers. I would have, therefore, no more than 50 ministers and deputy ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about our tax system. To increase government tax revenue, we have to reform and refocus the Ghana Revenue Authority towards broadening the tax base. Unfortunately, the pressure that is placed on GRA staff to collect revenues makes them focus on existing taxpayers. Sometimes they even have to go and sit in people's shops to monitor sales, a process known as invigilation. In fact, many businesses feel harassed by this process and the constant audits of their operations. So this has to stop. We must strike the right balance between collecting revenue and allowing businesses to thrive. Our job is to protect the productive forces. The World Bank has estimated that revenues amounting to 13% of GDP, that is $24 billion in 2023, are not collected because people are outside the tax net. Even collecting a quarter of this annually will be a game changer for our public finances. To do this, we need to inculcate and enforce a culture of people filing their tax returns. Incentives must be provided to encourage people to file their tax returns even if they will pay zero taxes. We need a fresh start. The current tax regime has been with us since independence, and it has failed us. Many people do not pay taxes, including property taxes. Too much discretion results in corruption. We want a tax regime that is easy to understand, easy to comply with, and easy to enforce, and that is not subject to so much discretion. Many individuals and businesses find our tax system cumbersome and confusing. My administration will introduce a very simple, citizen and business-friendly flat tax regime. A flat tax of a percentage of income for individuals and SMEs, which constitute 98% of all businesses in Ghana, with appropriate exemption threshold to protect the poor. With a new flat tax regime, a tax return should be able to be completed in just a few minutes. We will also simplify our complicated corporate tax system and VAT regime. To start the new tax system on a clean slate, my government will provide a tax amnesty, that is a complete exemption from payment of taxes for a specified period and waiving the interest and penalties up to a certain year to individuals and businesses for failures to file taxes in previous years, so that everybody will start afresh. Tax digitalization will be implemented across all aspects of tax administration. Everyone will be required to file a very simple tax return electronically through their mobile phone or computer. There will be no manual or paper filing of taxes under my administration. Assessments by GRA will also be faceless. Assessments will provide transparency and accountability. There will be no need to send GRA officers to go and sit in shops. E-invoicing, as being implemented by the GRA, will be extended to all companies. Estonia, India, and Mexico provide very useful models for Ghana in the area of tax digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, any audits by GRA will also be done electronically and facelessly. Furthermore, no entity will be audited more than once in 5 years unless anomalies are detected which the individual or company does not correct after being given the opportunity to do so. We will amend the law such that if there is a dispute about tax assessment, a binding arbitration will take place through a body constituted by institutions such as the Ghana Arbitration Center, Institute of Taxation, AGI, Institute of Chartered Accountants, Private Enterprise Foundation, Ghana Employers Association, and so on, with a mandate to resolve any appeal in a maximum of 3 months. This will not affect companies, however, who by their agreements have such arbitrations taking place in international jurisdictions. Ladies and gentlemen, with cuts in government expenditure, the private sector undertaking expenditure that would normally be done by government, and the new tax regime, the flat tax regime, that will enhance compliance, broaden the tax base, and increase tax revenue. With these policies, the situation we are going to face in 2025 is going to be very different from the situation we faced in 2020 and 2022. With the policy measures implemented so far, we have outperformed the IMF fiscal deficit target of 5% by attaining a fiscal deficit target of 4.2% in 2023. The new policies that I am proposing to implement in 2025 will give us the fiscal space to eliminate some taxes, such as the proposed VAT on electricity, if they are still on the books, the emissions tax, and the betting tax, without compromising our fiscal deficit. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a Ghana where we leverage technology, data, and systems for inclusive economic growth. I want us to apply digital technology, STEM, robotics, and artificial intelligence for the transformation of agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, fintech, and public service delivery. As part of this process, it is my goal to eliminate the digital divide by achieving close to 100% internet penetration in Ghana. We have already made significant progress in this direction by increasing internet penetration from 34% in 2016 to 72% in 2023. So we've more than doubled internet penetration. The task in the next 4 years is to move from 72% to close to 100% internet penetration. It is possible. I want to see Ghana build the digital talent that we require for the fourth industrial revolution. This will mean providing digital and software skills to hundreds of thousands of youth. This, along with other policies, will create jobs for the youth, including school dropouts. In collaboration with the private sector, we will train at least 1 million youth in IT skills, including software developers, to provide job opportunities worldwide. Generally, there will be an enhanced focus on TVET education. My government will also support the establishment of a national open university, Ghana, in collaboration with the private sector, with a focus on technical and vocational skills and ICT. Ladies and gentlemen, to help our youth get jobs, I believe it is time to rethink the concept of the current national service scheme. My government will propose that those who, after completion of their education, can secure jobs will be exempted from national service. National service will no longer be mandatory, and students will have the option to decide whether to do national service or not. This will also encourage companies to go to the campuses to recruit annually. This time they don't go because of national service. Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare our children for the fourth industrial revolution workplace, I will enhance the repositioning of the education system towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution and job creation. My government will make coding and robotics standard in senior high school. The foundation for this is being laid with the provision of laptops to senior high school students very soon. Teachers have already been given the requisite training. Following the senior high school, we will also implement a one student, one laptops policy for tertiary students through the provision of a zero interest loan with a 70% discount on the cost of the laptop payable over 4 years for tertiary students who need laptops. Furthermore, to become a digital hub in Africa, Ghana's telecom industry needs more investment. The cost of data for the ordinary Ghanaian has become too expensive. It goes against the very ethos of our digitalization journey. The industry cannot continue to operate at the efficiency and pricing levels of the least efficient operators. The focus has to be on the best efficiency and pricing for the consumer. I commit to working with the industry players in setting clear policy guidelines that will remove any investor uncertainty and difficulties in business planning, including the expeditious allocation of spectrum, driven more by the goal of enhancing digital inclusion and less by revenue consideration. Another area I want to tackle is reducing the cost of living. Ladies and gentlemen, a major priority of my government will be to reduce the cost of living. The cost of living in the world has increased massively following the COVID pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. Global inflation has increased from 1.55% in 2016 to 8.7% at the end of 2022. That is average. This is a 5-fold increase. In particular, the increase in the cost of living has been driven by increases in food prices, energy prices, housing rents, and transport prices. Therefore, any attempt to reduce the cost of living on a sustainable basis must tackle agriculture, energy, housing, and transport crisis. And that is exactly what I am going to do. I want a Ghana where we attain food security through the application of technology and irrigation to commercial large-scale farming. We will also promote the use of agricultural lime to reduce the acidity of our soils. We will enhance soil fertility and get more yield from the application of fertilizer. Ghana has an abundance of limestone to do this. I will also prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam by using private sector financing to crowd in grant funds. My administration will also work to reduce the cost of public transport between 30 and 40% with the adoption of electric vehicles for public transportation. The pricing formula is dominated by two variables, the price of fuel and the price of spare parts. Electric vehicles do not use petrol or diesel, and the spare parts are minimal. That is what will bring down the fares for electric vehicles. More importantly, transport fares for electric vehicles will be stable, and the constant and large increases of fares that we have been witnesses will become a thing of the past. Under a housing for all policy, I will also have a major focus on the provision of public housing in the same manner that Singapore did. We will partner with the private sector to build large housing estates, as we have started doing, without the government having to borrow or spend. Also, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which is working so well, will be enhanced to deal with the problem of for rent advance of 2 years and more. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the effort to reduce the cost of living, my government will implement policies to have energy self-sufficiency at reduced cost through solar and other renewables with the application of market efficiency to the energy market. We will diversify the generation mix by introducing 2,000 megawatts of solar power and additional wind power through independent power producers to reduce our dependence on oil and gas by the end of my first term in office. Introducing solar power will significantly reduce the cost of electricity. The fact that the current residential, commercial, and industrial consumers' power is still neither reliable nor competitive is the testament that the regulatory and administrative measures so far implemented have not fully achieved the objectives we have set for ourselves in dealing with the legacy issues we inherit. Therefore, like the telecom market, we shall work to bring efficiency of markets and expand competition from the more private sector participation in generation and retail. With reliable and cost-competitive power, we will attract more manufacturing capacity into the country, create jobs, improve services, export more products, and support our AFCFTA strategy to improve the participation of Ghanaian industries in intra-African exports and trade. Ladies and gentlemen, to assist in the transition to green energy, my government will abolish import duty on solar panels so that we can bring in more. I now turn to our natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as president, I will usher into Ghana a golden age for the maximization of the benefits from our natural resources like gold, lithium, bauxite, and so on. The key to doing this is value addition and Ghanaian ownership. We need a new paradigm in natural resource contracts. Some of the key policies I will implement to maximize our benefits from our natural resources will include the formalization, regularization, and regulation of environmentally sustainable small-scale mining. About 1 million people are engaged in small-scale mining in Ghana. Our goal would be to help grow small-scale mining companies into large-scale companies with capacity building and assisting them to access finance for acquiring equipment. We intend to create many millionaires in the small-scale mining industries. My government will support the Minerals Commission and key stakeholders to formalize the artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector with the objective of ensuring that activities of the entire value chain are sustainably and responsibly done, so that most of the gold produced by this sector can be sold to the Bank of Ghana and be eligible to be part of Ghana's gold reserves at the central bank. In line with this, we will license all miners doing responsible mining. District mining committees, including the chiefs, will provide initial temporary licenses to the miners. As long as miners mine within the limits of their licenses, that is, no mining in river bodies and so on, as long as they mine within the limits of their licenses, there will no longer be any seizure or burning of excavators. I will fully decentralize the Minerals Commission as well as the Environmental Protection Agency and ensure that they are all present in mining districts. Every Ghanaian small-scale mining operator will register under the Ghana Small-Scale Miners Association with their Ghana card. We will, in collaboration with the large mining companies, convert abandoned shafts into community mining schemes, and we will open more and new community mining schemes. District mining committees would be responsible for reclamation and replanting, and we will institute a pension scheme for small-scale miners like we have done for cocoa farmers. We will introduce vocational and skills training on sustainable mining for small-scale miners in the curriculum of TVET institutions and provide equipment to government authorities in the mining communities to undertake reclamation of land. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also set up a state-of-the-art common user gold processing units in mining districts in collaboration with the private sector. My government will also conduct an audit of all concessions with various licenses and new applications. This will allow government to know licenses that have expired and non-compliance with licensing conditions. To encourage exploration, I will abolish the VAT on exploration services, like I say, to encourage more exploration. We will establish, in collaboration with the private sector, a minerals development bank. Just as we have a Greek development bank for agriculture, we will have a minerals development bank for the miners. To support the industry, we will establish through the private sector the London Bullion Market Association certified gold refinery in Ghana within 4 years. And all responsibly mined small-scale gold produced will be sold to the central bank, the PMMC, or the Minerals and Income Investment Fund, MIF, and will be required. All the small-scale gold mined in Ghana, there will be a requirement that they are refined before they leave Ghana. We'll have to refine them before. Ladies and gentlemen, the increase in Ghana's gold reserves to support the city. Ladies and gentlemen, a major factor influencing macroeconomic stability is the consistent depreciation of the cedi against foreign currencies. This is usually caused by pressure on our foreign exchange reserves. Appreciably, increasing our reserves of gold at the central bank, combined with prudent fiscal policy, is therefore one of the surest ways to keep the exchange rate stable. Two policies that helped to rescue the economy from catastrophe in the recent crisis were the Bank of Ghana's gold purchase program and the gold for oil program. The domestic gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana is a program where the central bank boosts its foreign exchange reserves by buying locally produced gold with cedis. Before this program, the total of Ghana's gold reserves since independence was 8.7 tons. That's the total we held since independence. This compares to 3,352 tons for Germany, 2,814 tons for the IMF, 2,451 tons for Italy, and 8,133 tons for the United States. It did not make sense to me that Ghana, the largest gold producer in Africa, will have some of the slowest holdings of gold reserves in the world. So I proposed to the Bank of Ghana to start a gold purchase program. The Gold for Oil program, on the other hand, allows the payment for oil imports with gold. So importers provide cedis which the Bank of Ghana uses to buy gold and pays the suppliers of the oil. This reduces the pressure on Ghana's foreign exchange reserves and stabilizes the rate. Ladies and gentlemen, it will interest you to know that since this program started, the Bank of Ghana has purchased 26 tons of gold at $1.73 billion. The government of Ghana's Gold for Oil program, which also started in late December 2022, has purchased 16 tons of gold at $1.06 billion that has been available for the import of petroleum products. Together, the Gold for Reserves and the Gold for Oil programs have unlocked $2.79 billion to meet external payments of the country in just over a year. These two policies have allowed us to build foreign exchange reserves and pay for critical imports like fuel, stabilize the exchange and stabilize the exchange rate. It is important to note that the $2.7 billion that we have unlocked is almost equivalent to the $3 billion loan that we have obtained from the IMF, which is going to be disbursed over 3 years. What is clear to me is that if we had started implementing these policies, say 20 years ago, Ghana would be in a very different situation today. But it is never too late, and we have started, and we will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, given the large amount of gold reserves Ghana has, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Ghana has 7 large gold belts stretching from Axim and Winneba to Nangodi and Laura. According to the Geological Survey Department, the belts cover an area of 43,000 square kilometers, with about 50%, that is 21,000 kilometers, not yet explored. The conservative estimate is that the potential quantum of gold in these unexplored belts is around 5 billion ounces. This has a market value today of $10 trillion US. My government will engage exploration experts from the universities and the geological institutions to assist in exploring our 7 gold belts. However, if even only 5% of the 5 billion ounce estimate materialize. Only 5%. It will be a game changer for Ghana. My government will provide the Geological Survey Department and our universities with resources annually to undertake a mapping of areas where we have gold reserves. As a matter of policy, we will legislate that concessions in areas with proven gold reserves that will find 100% of those concessions will be given to Ghanaians and for operations. We can easily raise the capital required and hire the expertise once the gold reserves are proven. Our policy will be to build Ghana's gold reserves appreciably to reach a point where we have sufficient gold reserves to keep our external payments position sustainably strong. This, along with a supportive fiscal discipline, will provide long-term stability for the exchange rate of the city and at the same time reduce our dependence on the Eurobond market for finance. I believe that the maximization of the benefits from our natural resources will help create jobs, improve livelihoods, and also improve the conditions of service of Ghanaian workers. I now come to industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, I will continue our policy of industrialization in areas such as agro-processing, cocoa, cashew, shea nuts, and so on. Salt, gold, lithium, refining, and manufacture of batteries and automobile assembly and manufacture. And also empower the local business sector, especially startups and SMEs, to drive investment and growth in Ghana. That's significantly boosting job creation. We must also protect local industry from smuggled imports that evade import duties. Ladies and gentlemen, special economic zones will be created. These are the free zones in collaboration with the private sector at Ghana's major border towns, such as Aflao, Paga, Elubo, Sankase, and Tatale, to enhance economic activity, increase exports, and reduce smuggling and create jobs. Tema Port will be fully automated and benchmarked to be as efficient as some of the best ports in the world, like Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai. Also, there will be a new policy of aligning import duties and charges at the Tema Port to the import duties and charges at the Lomé Port in Togo. Togo Lomé is our main competitor. This will reduce smuggling and tax avoidance. Also, for spare parts importers, duties will be at a flat rate per container, 20 foot or 40 foot, and that is what we are going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to dealing with corruption. I entered politics to serve the nation. My passion is solving problems. My passion is helping the poor, the vulnerable, and the disadvantaged in society. Accumulation of wealth is not and has never been a passion or an ambition. This is why throughout my public life, I have pursued policies, especially through digitalization, to check corruption in places like the ports, the DVLA, the NHIS, the Passport Office, and the Controller and Accountant General Department. So I have a solid track record in fighting corruption, and I have earned a reputation for doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most potent weapons against corruption is transparency. Many corrupt activities are cash-based. Apart from the obvious economic benefits of moving in the direction of a cashless society, the literature does indicate that the more electronic payments are used in transactions as opposed to cash, the more there is traceability and therefore the less the corruption. I would like to bring Ghana close to a cashless economy in the shortest possible time. So far, the Bank of Ghana has made a lot of progress in this direction by putting in place a lot of the systems and infrastructure required. These include mobile money interoperability, merchant interoperability, the universal QR code system, GH-Link, debit cards, eSwitch, and Ghana Pay. We have put in place the necessary infrastructure for Ghana to go cashless. Recently, the Bank of Ghana has completed a pilot of a digital version of the Ghana cedi in Seshwiwi also. This is known as the Central Bank Digital Currency, or the e-cedi. The e-cedi is designed to work online and offline and will be launched by the Bank of Ghana in due course. In my humble opinion, the e-cedi with appropriate privacy protections will be the ultimate weapon in our fight against corruption because it will provide transparency, reduce the risk of fraud, robbery, tax avoidance, and money laundering, since it will be easy to track the movement of money and identify suspicious activity. The e-cedi will quicken the pace of Ghana's move towards a cashless or near cashless society. Ladies and gentlemen, to move towards a cashless economy, however, we have to encourage the population to use electronic channels of payment. To accomplish this, under my administration, there will be no taxes on digital payments. The e-levy will therefore be abolished. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Furthermore, to enhance transparency, I will cause to be published online details of all public contracts for public scrutiny. Ladies and gentlemen, in advanced economies, workers are able to easily access credit to purchase basic items such as televisions, cars, and houses. They are able to do so because the credit system works and it is supported by individualized credit scoring by credit rating agencies. In Ghana, a credit system is yet to develop and therefore life is harder for workers. It is my goal to make it easier and cheaper to access credit by leveraging on our data and systems, such as the Ghana Card, Ghana Post GPS, mobile money interoperability, DVLA, GRA, the bank accounts, and all those to build an efficient credit system and a mortgage market in Ghana underpinned by individualized credit scoring and the digitalization of land titling and transfer. We look forward to starting individualized credit scoring in Ghana this year and will make it easier for Ghanaians to access credit at lower interest rates. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as when it comes to a national development plan, I believe we can find broad contours of a national development plan for which we can find consensus in areas such as education, health, industrialization, environment, and so on. I will support a consensus national development plan. Specifically, I will propose to amend Article 87 of the 1992 Constitution, as well as the NDPC Act, Act 479, to mandate political party manifestos and consequently economic and social policies of governments, as well as budgets, to be aligned to the agreed upon broad contours in specific sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, the current constitution was designed mainly for political stability, and it has achieved that. We need to amend it with the help of Parliament to align it more for national development. In that context, I am committed to the process to amend the 1992 Constitution through extensive public consultation with key emphasis on issues such as ex gratia, the rights of dual citizens, elections of MMDCs to deepen decentralization, empowering institutions while reducing the power of the president. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a Ghana where we place an emphasis on values and doing the right things, with the human factor playing its appropriate role in curbing corruption, bribery, crime, dishonesty, and so on. A culture of governance founded on ethical values, transparency, professionalism, and meritocracy, to create a modern government machinery that exhibits more intensity and determination to impose order, discipline, and enforce compliance of the rules and regulations that are in place. In this regard, we will have a strong partnership between government and faith-based organizations. The contribution of faith-based organizations, for example, the Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Christian Council, Pentecostal Council, and the Muslim Council, in areas such as education, health, infrastructure, youth development, and so on, is very significant and complements government's efforts. And so we are going to have them benefit from many of the incentives that we offer to some of our external development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I will also have a major focus on policies, tax, and other incentives to increase private and public investment in tourism, the creative arts, and sports. More jobs for more jobs creation. We will build on the year of return, beyond the return, and December in Ghana. We will also introduce initiatives such as digital streaming platforms for our artists and tax incentives to make tourism and creative arts a growth pole. Tax incentives will also be provided for film producers and musicians. To boost tourism and job creation, my government will implement an e-visa policy for all international visitors to Ghana to enable visas to be obtained in minutes, subject to security and criminal checks. Ladies and gentlemen, sports is a multi-million-dollar industry, an enabler for the youth. However, we have not realized our full sports potential, and we cannot maximize the full potential of Ghana sports with the same funding model we have operated since independence. My government will therefore prioritize the creation of incentives for corporate sponsorship as a sustainable module of financing sports development and promotion of our national teams, including football, athletics, boxing at all levels. This will take the financial pressure off government and also enable government to redirect more support to other sports disciplines. The government, as part of a broad sports development mission, will establish the Ghana Sports Secretariat, which will be an agency under the ministry, responsible for sports in collaboration with other, such as the Ghana Education Service and sports federations. My government will also seek school-level collaboration with international sports bodies like the NBA and the NFL to make an hub for these emerging sports in Africa to create more opportunities for our young people. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already tried this with the NFL, the governing body for American football, which agreed to host in Ghana in 2022 the first which agreed to host in Ghana in 2022 the first ever NFL flag football in Africa after my engagement with them. This paved the way for 10 young Ghanaians to be selected to the United States to represent Africa in the global NFL tournament last year. Another set of young Ghanaians who were picked after the second NFL Africa football was also held in Ghana last year are currently in the United States to represent Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a nation that cares for the interests of the poor and the vulnerable, like persons with disabilities, the aged, street kids, lepers, cerebral palsy patients, and so on, in collaboration with faith-based institutions and the private sector. My government will also focus on special needs. To start with, we will recruit special needs teachers, train teachers on how to work with special needs students. We will also more language therapists and occupational therapy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have secured visa-free travel to a growing list of countries for the benefit of our citizens and businesses. However, the acquisition of passports by Ghanaians at home and abroad has continued to be difficult for many, even though it has significantly improved. So far, Ghana has about 4 rolled on the Ghana card, which is also an e-pass. To make it easy for Ghanaians to obtain passports, under my government, any Ghana card holder will only have to pay a fee for a passport. You won't have to apply for a passport when you hold a Ghana card. If you are a holder,
we were invited to this program, and then I think it's laudable the idea we are trying to bring more on what and then we think
powerful. It is because
they support any candidate who is coming to help us in this country. Thank you.
If you want, I can. Just your opposite.
So, if you for your passport and pay for it, take it to your home using your digital address. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bawumia administration will also prioritize the full implementation of the Affirmative Action Act, as should hopefully have been passed by January 2025. Under my government, free senior high school education will continue, and we will
to look at the speech of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. And we are hoping most of the
these are just
visible, and it's something that is good.
Ideas
comes to power.
Covered every sector.
It's possible that whatever they say as politicians is something that will come to pass. Mostly we situations and but then sometimes we do not do some of the things when power is given to them. And we are hoping that most of the things that are said are positive and they are good things. And we are hoping that in case the Lord is given to him, he is able to deliver as he has said. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, so far I have spoken about the economy, the contribution, my in conclusion, the choice God is between Vice President Bawumia and former President Mahama. It is between them.
If I have 2 other persons,
we have to ask our a number of questions, making if you want someone you can trust to innovative and impactful ideas.
Ok, c'est bon, non? Test micro test.
Wanted to fight corrupt, then your choice is Doctor. And if you want someone you can trust to work hard and tirelessly and selflessly for Ghana, it is
Micro test, micro test, micro.
Who has a proven record to create jobs for.
Ok, pas de souci. Micro marche.
A man or woman, in this case, we are to care of the poor, disabled, vulnerable. It is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who has the vision and commitment to prepare Ghana for the 4th industrial revolution, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who is protecting and using our benefit of all, it is Dr. Bawumia. Who will be more accountable to Ghanaians? A one-time president like my competitor, person who can look to the Bawumia. Who can you trust to protect and improve 3 senior high schools? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who do we trust to improve the national health scheme and improve the quality of health care in Ghana? It is Dr. Bawumia, who has demonstrated a commitment to the development of the deprived community. It is Dr. Bawumia. Gentlemen, many people Ghana since independence. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of a vice president, perhaps make a mark. I would let you be the judge of that. That I have never been president of this country before. In my for the first time to ask a precious vote to serve you in all humility. I would like you to give me the opportunity to become one of the most presidents in Ghana's history. I have outlined that should put us on the right path and transform our economy. I know that many of us might be tempted to say that we have heard many bright and even brave ideas before, and that will be true. Many will say the problem we have of ideas, but implementation. Many will say the problem is I offer only what has guided me throughout my life. Hard work, personal integrity, accountability, and selfless leadership. I am determined to make a difference. And with you, with honesty and integrity, with wisdom and decisiveness, pretty in as to what I want to do from day one if you make me president. I will not ask for a honeymoon to cool off and think about what to do. I am prepared and ready to work. Give me the opportunity. You know what I stand for. You know my vision about your mission. I believe in the ingenuity of the Ghanaian. Together, in building a progressive society of possibility, open opportunities, and a shared prosperity. Born or poor, from the north, from the south, born Christian or Muslim, a boy or a girl. With support, God's guidance, we can win together. It is possible. Thank you for it. God bless you and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
A big round of applause for His Excellency and the leader of the new Patriotic Party, Mrs. Bawumia. Please join your husband on stage as we acknowledge the responses from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Sometimes you come home. Last year was a problem. This year,
wave your flags, wave your flags, wave your flags, wave your flags. It is. It is. It is. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as they resume their seats, please let's all resume our seats. Wherever we may be, we are almost at the end of the event.
Yetie nyansasam. Nyansabu akwa. On the message na ba.
Onyankopon wadom.
Message of hope.
Sana wato ne din.
Message of hope.
Hey.
Oh yes. Utie ni nsem ni na message of hope.
Eni da so.
Oh ah. Eni da so bebre. Message of hope.
Wow. Adeshimamba.
Bibi besi. Hey, bibi besi. Bi ah.
When you just are.
Message of hope here nka. Eni da so na ba. Say ye le bi nka, ye le bi aka.
Munye bi aka. Ye do ba de Nyankopon ase. We adeshimamba me mamu nyina adwo ebio. Ya sai atena se. Ewo Mighty KTV, right? Mighty KTV and radio. So na se moneme eya adwene anamo be kai a ye sha ase no na dwumadi ni nyina abotae ni se ne yewura Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia obekasa na obekasa obesha ase be nunum ede na oba beka anidaso wo ho ede ma Ghana fo woni kasa obekasa mu ana said the okasa si ya pa minua dani say the general bro so me gidi se wo hwe yen na utie ye ne a bebia wo hwe ye free ne bebia utie ye fie bia no wonso seria ne anigye aba wakoma mu ene na me kai na dofo atiefo ne ahwefo nyina se bibiara opesa wo ka bibi adwenkyere biara opesa wo kyere efa yewura Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia the president that obedie na wonya niye na enne da ni kyera eni da so e won sama
eni da so na ba
eni da so speech
na ba eni da so speech
wo de subscribe bibie fa Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia hu bia no ena obehu no
na no
ena ubenya ni nyina eni afri enti wo de no ansa wa ba na wa subscribe na wa share na bibie koso bia no wo de fa contribution e den ebra yenso yebefa na de wo bia no ye no aka ye de aba besi na me opaninu kasa be ye don hwere be eni e chaw ye do ba de Nyankopon ase wo me hwe ye YouTube, Facebook na omo a etie yen e wo Mighty K radio nso nyina no yehun se mabaso a eye nigi sem papa yeda mo nyina ase monkoso a na mo ne ye ni dwuma no e ma no enye fe right
yeah I'm like no mo share no mo subscribe
I know like na wa share no subscribe that's all enti mo amutie ni nyina ye no ne di dwuma yi na ye bekoso anso ne mo adi dwuma no ama no aye fe sisi ye de da ye koso ya ni piti yewura Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia hwe saa edinu no enye ayi bia wo mo kirase a Mahamudu no echese wo ba wo ma eba Mahamudu Bawumia what is here na etimi ayefe na dani no kwasem ne wo se hope aba
saa ni da so
na mamemfa sa kwanya so na menchia yewura kwabra senchiri onabo ye papa kwabra bia wo bia no ye chiao ye mo wadwo ye hu se wo show no so a wo monitor show no den enti onabo bia wo bia no wonso ye chiao ene etiefo ne ahwefo a ewo page no so nyina no ye chia mo nyina ye da mo nyina asese mo bai na dani ensam a enne Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia eka ni de doso pa some hwe me krata isu a low inflation was certain na say was certain no nie so wo hwe ne kasa mi bu mu nan ne kasa na o kan e be 1 hour 30 minutes and close to 2 hours mi bu mu en9 na en9 no what I say government MPP government and what in what the achievement of this government e bra on be far akonya ne free o mampani da John Dramani Mahama ujai to ho na o mo ba be fire na wo hwe won be fire no modern o mo bo ya for be 4 years a edikan no na wo de eno ba be wie ye ansa na covid ba ye modern o mo bo ye di chi ade no edi si so no question me say okay
said you see a Canadian. A Jumana and some now Dr. Alad Mahmoud Bawumia Beka, no. And some idea need us so a bregana.
Na unim baby. Honorable Kobna Century. Aha. Was it or hey and a uti now will be kakraka. Na said a bidi kakano. Honorable Sudia. Honorable Yasru. Honorable so be kakraka. No, quite necessary udi kakain. A yenida so Kasa. Wama Ghana any MPP amanyo kuni na enida so. Minimara Mibra community or Wahumba so. Okay. Honorable.
Minia, now what you say?
Me pacho wadi nyangu pada me hoye pa na wonso e.
Me hoye pa na konkonse be na edigu asumuyi.
Eno say konkonse na edigu asumuyi ni de waye no. Ti e chirimu.
Say meti TV echi me hu say papa bia so de obeka asem bia gu asumu a wayi microphone.
Asam de on say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kasa akomato yem nti e basa nipa ehwe wo mo de what you say na eno na ehu de no na wo ka bibia guma sum say empanifo bi so monetization ne den de anya sam ketwa wo mo so wo hu bibi eka me pa ta what you say na say na nunti e na oberi say bibi guma sum na kire say enyo ho kese a ono so wo bibi e be ka fa na honorable me gidi say baby awa asumdue boko
asemu desro
mo
na dia me de kase ne say
anyumre
Mighty TV ma hwe mo sa
fantastic
dia de kase pa so ne say sa Bawumia speech mo free direct from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia office.
Fantastic.
Oh
yes.
My idea.
Mo.
Na kasia ba ko wo se ne say. Me asa ni speech ni ba bi wo ho me shemu bi.
Okay.
Ye bo nyina no ye churchro nyina na me shemu bi.
Fantastic.
Akwasi otiwe e be ka kire wo.
Okay.
Said nipa dodo na nim ayonkofa eda me ne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ne ne ho kafo adia Samira Chem.
Good.
Tambia no bia ka me say media men kasa ye ntwen on the 7th. Ye twen on the 7th na ene anwumre na campaign no a starting akiki. Enti campaign no e koso ano no.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Na dey me den say. Daddy nyina ya me kasa mining sector. Mining sector. That me say for ni one more count. There are more than 1 million population. More than 1 million population. Me say, me share that call. Sefi body. Me we so me call. Me call the entire Western region.
Okay.
And I call a researcher ye de buy. Now, when him Galam say no, and your minus in Kwana M Galam say.
Okay.
I'm telling you, one more Obutonia. Opa do anopa be no sianin ekwane nonso. Ne drew body who and my man and Maya over 600. Omujina kwa ho obi ato aduane se roba bag mu a omukọ minus department wakoye wo madwuma.
Okay.
Eno na Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo aban ya hwe omu yi a disappointing yen wo 2020. Na eno kreso a esa ho ne se. Sabu hwe ya sa mining galamsefo nyina no. Dr. Miaban say obey incorporate Omunyina into his government.
Yes.
Na bakwa medeka ho na wo say nko kan bia wantimi anka. Hwe sa wo hwe mineral commission de wo itakwa wonu an hwe lembele wonu an sa hwe abefu buafu. Enye nsamfo. Wo je ase. You only say what can was every district bia no ebenya mineral commission office.
Okay.
Nyamia ya dom oni Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo aban. They say we must see new assemblies
offices. Okay. Offices. Okay.
Offices and they should allocate 2 offices to mineral commission and all the MMDAs and what the entire Ghana every district should be autonomous. Omo allocate 1 or 2 offices. Minerals commission said the better on betima monitor Galamsey. Omo pesia so amana ye. Committee no a year for no mania papa.
Oh yes.
Papa we be boy juma.
Minim just okay.
Every baby Jessica no anyi ni etu amana ni enkata so. Ayin for now to say be form district committee. Wo mu na be hwe amayama licenses. Na mo licenses we are wo mo answer the reclamation. No ma ye ho adwuma. And I believe say John Mahama oni asemka. And he said I was say yema 7th November and that's 7th December. Yama Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia oko no post.
Hey.
Because Muhammad ni BBX.
We are sure.
I'm telling you the fact. Any fan no befa.
Kwabna ayi we are abase free watch like wo mo so e de wo mo de ba wo.
Omo ni BBX mame ka asem kirawo.
Mitie.
Dey me den say. Say betimi di Ghana card. You betimi di Ghana card akọ ayi your friend is saying akobo bosia wo bank. You betimi di free card. Na ya hwe individual credit rating. Ni ayi Fuga Reverend Fuga ba ni junior at radio so waka me say Ghana okọ banks na your credit rating. Me catch say oboa ana yama abrante because abrante ne say why adwuma CBT me ko CBT say me ko yi me sika free ho because akwa ne boa anu kure wo me ni say ko na ko check ko pabusia wo banga ko CBG a ana say ko banga me ni wo mu ye adwuma ko ho a na say ko pabusia no ma check wo credit we me ko mfo so mu check credit no time still kura kwa wokwa ni akopi ya pulu information ni ahwese woni agric bank ka woni NIB bank ka woni wa bank ka dia na chese wo credit ye so just ye and me ka che CBG Jennifer say enti se sie me kokko jebosia me de ka me se me pese me jebosia wo CBG na me de me ka akosia wo wa na ma jebosia na me de yi EcoBank ka na ma kotua it ends there. But individual no me ankasa no eka me di nkrofo me di pato me di nanadua me di akwasi eka me di it doesn't show but bang nkwa na show wey Bawumia ka we ya Bawumia di kan ka say rating say ye rate na say wo from 500 and above. We are okay. It's also a Timbabusia. Fine. Crabrochity and so credit to say, toilet stroke, I want to mean to be this will be a tomorrow. And then want to be behind me. Only in a more you become a useless person. So just here. And the make say, Bawumia speech, you know. And your idea, be a natural mudaho. Be a and sub brought to say, Yabra.
What they want to be
black now. I was saying the space black now. Who can be a one tears here? So bet my ridiculous what tears here. 1 year, not some Desianka. And Bawumia touchy every excellent. Let me tell you, sir. Your man road contract to cry noir. Your man road contract now. You publish it, no be with your womb.
Sir,
and yet will be a. And you'll be a regional minister, no question, baby, I call you 10%. Near influence, wait. When you at you, and then no baby, yes, a bank a criminal question, no, yes, can no year down. Bawumia say no.
Transparency by Eduma.
Yes, or some free me call a brain between or beyond for Sikasembia, Bibian Tomeso, or ye clean. And to me, Judy, yes, sir. This is the excellent speaker. ɛwɔ sɛ enipa otimi wɔma saa excellent speech wey bi wuyi Nelson Mandela free wa ɛyɛ Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia.
Fantastic.
Wɔma excellent speech.
Fantastic.
Sɛ de President J. Kufuor Priti wɔn sirisiri yɛde ma se paa mi de so ama obi so baby.
Mo me so me da so pa. Honorable Kobra Century na mote ne nka no far away from Canada, right? Yeah. Far away from Canada. No monitor show ne dindende from Mighty KTV. So na ono so de na dwen aba no obo Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aba so e wo speaker o de bae menua Dani say e ni da so speech. Na Dani be 3-4 minutes na me ka say ye bu ade no so me hwe sa ade no chi a me hu say MPP in general so achievement o kan ho asem afi onu ankasa ne contribution to that achievement no o ma ye hunin afi tackle the vision say Ghana for head to me in sa na oba be ye Ghana mampania the vision what they atuja na afi o compare or not to that of Omampeni that of John that of Dada no that of Omampeni that John Dramani Mahama me pa what you say na sana me bu ne kasa no nyina na wo hwem a waka nsem bebre a mempo no kwasem ne nse nyankopɔ ya de be frich na kɔ de betuma do so ne yempa nsem bi wo kra na me say wo betumi foforo bi wo hɔ pɛ de ɔmo kae 2016 ede won election by them nimse fufuro bi wo bi ma say eda hoda so wonu ma papa e betumi ayede aka party ne wa demonstrate say e bebre na e wo ho no nti so far say na me boom 3-4 minutes na
ayo pato bedase ene Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ma mani age umti o na me sere se masere sa sere nko a ne o mani
okay
so eno ne type of leader ye pe o my Ghana
okay
Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ni swade hono so na ma for si o ne hwe ka Dr. Alhaji Bawumia de na obeka because on na do dan ko Akufo-Addo ene ebu man no enti de NVC bia biem no wa obetimi aka a wan fam wa na do and I say I have my own vision and my own ideas and no dey able to do na amafo ye mashi omo and I mean this amafo beda
amafo ye mashi mo
amafo ye mashi omo
na amafo na
omo betra si omo betra
okay
omo betra no omo bobo no omo dey ato dustbin no omo bobo no dey ato dustbin because
any say dey enye no
omo timi ntro yie
okay
do betra obi amfa omo dey be google dustbin na ma
we are sure
oh yeah because
you fresh speech ni say ni that
so speech Ghana need that so aba
hey anyone be okra was see be free ho
Ghana need that so aba obe abolish 11
say nya bre no am gidi say ye won say
be bre na bo say be
so dey bre ni ntino
obe abolish 11 why na etimi eji awa akukuduro te say Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia o kan asase o say obe abolish 11 enye the policy why would you say Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia waka 11 asem da okay be that because the policy and your policy go data kuma so person beboa onim say betimi aboa Ghana ye magazine for okay say magazine port no port ho cargo ebe bia no e flat rate container bia e flat rate enya fe na uko dealer bi ho say o koyi mi container mame na
flat rate and flat tax also can mean
flat rate and flat tax because they obetua no they be send am say na betua eno ana kwa be kwa kutia o mfa nkofa ba bia na koyi mi no ama na nipa no abu e de scan bi atoso amwa kwa akogye ama wo ba say o e na aban no be call ye no say scam atua ama koyi mi no ama no ano odi timi dia ba be gu Ghana force
na eno no ayi wadarumo we de ebre no nti o but flat rate and flat tax no ebia ifri wo kyerɛ kɔ nyankopɔ ya dom yɛtu nkoma yebedo so no na me pese me because containers no bi wa 20 feet container but ebi mu odu che bi o
ya no the end no credit
fantastic so Brazil
who say Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud be o tachi sector bia o
oh yes
oko education o say tertiary obema tertiary student bia laptop no o say laptop no me fa na 100 cities obefa 75%
yeah
over 70%. Now the 4 years, What the 4 years? I am kakra kreatia. And nyansa. So
Danny, what can I do so area? They are good to be say.
And now they say, why not you say on the private sector? On the private sector.
Oh, yes. I want to say
maybe offer be also on the private sector.
Idea Bakua Mesre. So what the private one say, Yesia. Now, Ebra Yesian, the Nina, na ye per se, ye dear want to other countries or more develop through this private sector. We know. Idea Bakua Meshe. Now, Mimpire and say MPP are buying, said Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, about a J Monday to know, which may I say, opaque regulate, sa private sector. Aside, say, won't make sure, say, woman, ombe control the system, obey regulate, because sometimes some people control the business, no, sometimes the prices, no, because some women determined, a do baby. So one went me and control the private sector prices of goods. Yes, so many other name. Me just a brain untino who be breaker. Na say hardware yemfa ensi ha. Mo eno na me be kan nti yemfa na wo de chair. The free watch na kono ya to ye boss ya do so ya fa. All the sectors. The way a manner or Casafa home, so the contribution one Casano, you ever share MPP achievements, you ever share comparison so a year, in some Casa, what can so far how and again is benefiting. Julia Yankopoya, the teacher, you know, Mechia Nicholas. Okay. Office of the Vice President. Fantastic. And DMBV 24 phone now, Michio Bibia. Yeah, the link to intimidate us, Ubia, the Echo, Ubia Trebi, Michia Jamusilia, and Amichia. Oma Mushemi, Michia Yasin, Michia Yasin. You know what is Ubia Mighty K TV and Mighty K Radio, YouTube, Facebook, Babiano, Ubin Sabit Maka. You're so subscribe. Now I share back on now I like fantastic. Now I like it. And the brave me queen nene ye did you no SC Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia speech and na ye de a bremo as usual of our last okuja abo and nanka obetra idwemu na bribinti when to me and tredwem some for Battenham Patrick. So whatever which mean from evangelist part 2 me na me tire dwom edema of our last okuji abo ye chia ye na dofo atiefo nyina na ye to nsa frem say mo ne yen eni dwuma yi de biara ye betena se ema no enye fe na twede amponyankopon so enka obi biara onya abre na oje bre na wotena se hwe yen na afi wotena se hwe yen na wotena se nso so etie yen na wotena se bua ye subscribe ye na or like ye dwumadie se monka ho a me meta ka sasem on radio and television meta ka sasem we say empanimfo ana asandefo empanimfo bu bebi wo se aboa ne takra ene mane ye kese na takra bone de nka fanyina mkwatere kwa na de bia me ka se wo ye radio ana TV na se wo takra enye takra pa so ho ene o wasem na asadan kanya me say ye ntakra no ye ntakra papa ne no amaye kese efri se ye nya ye na dofo atiefo amomu antie yen na omu ahwe ne a e kire se ntakra bone no na we de ye nya ntakra papa ntakra no wo mu ne tie yen e ma ntakra ne ye ntakra papa me pato ati ase enti se wo mo behwe yen na wo matie no mo subscribe no mo like no mo share no e no na ma adwuma yi e ko na nim me pato ati ase fantastic
enu nti enso ye be programs a e de
oh yes
interest now be na be ma de bia no almost so about mighty
yes from kikra and yen san ye chin so ye ko ye ni ma ko ku se
political season le there
you jam kiti
hot and one tell mighty care
and on this media no I can tell you on authority say people you want to see them and you don't beba.
Oh yeah.
People you want to listen to them and you don't beba. People you see say in our society no omo kasa wa wo ba bia na wo ho pre say obey de obeti wo mo de do beba enti yesre wo mo se omunya bre na omuntie ne se bribia ensi ya me gidi se dani wo bibia
said na America no say no de nyambo ekina no ye betimi adoso na ya kan nsem bebre wo ho a ye beka nsem no de say ya nka bia nsi a ya nka nsi fo nyambo ekina na say bibi kra be because nsem na Dr. Aladma Bawumia aka no say ye doso na ye yiyim nsem pa na wo nsem ni na ye papa ye doso ni na mu ni e kire ma kire amanfo because o kan ne brofo.
Oh yes.
Ye tia so be so do ye be do so ma kan
na wonim
ni akirem ama amanfo hu nsem papa na Dr. Aladma Bawumia kan ye no ya kire ma kire wo mo because e bi pensem na tie pa.
Oh yes.
Omo peti because omo sha amanfo abo agi so auditorium ho na omo padikotia omo boje so
na edru ba bi kura no so wo hwe a wo hwe the way man na auditorium ho no musi because what mean say na ni kai.
Oh yeah, na
a lot of people were there na ensema omo te no wo mo kura na wo mo sua de no wo sua hunu ni nimdi akese wo mo ti nsem no bia it was surprise.
It's marvelous.
It shocked them. So now how we make control more and
because before we omo dance but yes so sa any general shoma kuma because you on say bi o ha who petie na say wunya unni way service bia but omo tie nsam na omo petie na omo nya aye no eno na ma omo ani age.
Oh yes. Na no so de enye wo mo nkwa nim say Ghana ni bia onya bretie bia nso no eni beje
sa
emfa ho ne political party a wo baby a wo no wo join ne me patwa de ase os ensem a abeboa o man ne so man no ne ye dwene ho dia then wutie nsem bi sa esese mo woni je
one message of hope.
One aspect menim say Ghana for if you watch ne ko mbo Dr. Abaso pa you say or mention say or no the government or the 50 ministers including deputy ministers.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And
when it says how do you win Ghana for cry for many years.
Oh yeah.
And the Ghana ni biano say some ministers no ya na doso no and yentimi nya ho bibi mane nya yia na and what you know and I believe say this man
it is possible there was a possible man and on timi nya honka Dr. Aladma why they can yet with them and what they are about on timi nya honka this man I believe in him 100% because meneno on Obani campaign was anti yeni na ne na ma hwe nipa so de ope so hu nipa steady no ma steady na who say no papa we oye consistent.
Oh yes
oye consistent okay asema e ho anu gina
so sa
no matter of what dia ube tutu say asem no srani abasa ube kan ne ho asem bia no o say no me da so gina ho because I mean my words until say bi mo okay asema no asa be sesana no say oh nyame na mkae no aba on tete omo
enti mami misa we na wo expect say opon ensem a Dr. Bawumia ene na Danko Akufo-Addo ene MPP amanyoku e ka kire 2014 2015 2016 na omo winning election ensem pa promises omo de maye ene de omatumi aye na ususu se biaka enti Dr. Bawumia ba be gina ho wo benya bia kan di na wo kan san na ususu wo benya nsem asa ka se de wo kan
o se be ka se
enya wo ma
adwen o se ye be se program because say Dr. Aladma Bawumia na adwene ma bobew odina auditorium on here paper bia so.
Oh yes.
What for close to 2 hours. On here paper bia so no mani na gu ni tirim
sa
no mani na gu ni tirim we say no kra na o ka che Ghana for
so onim
de o kan so no ma o kan ni na no oye confidence say oba obetimi aye ti do ni na gu ni tirim say we ni de betimi aye abo Ghana for na we ni madi so ade hunu we ni be that de betimi aye abo Ghana
o kan bi for corruption no
aye
we say so we corruption pa na we ono ne contribution to the achievement of MPP government. So 7 years here, Omababidi, policies ne programs are why initiating in ano chese or you will be also corruption. So and nunti eka mubi na masa digitalization so that all the sectors of this economy no sa your friend is saying you bet me I'm making sure sa fedi enyiska nemo bia no eye
and I'm one stream.
Yes. And the very now fena through scan on nekuta now they kwa no eye nkrata asem what you say you connect digital so I want who is saying possible when him say the entire maybe say can that be possible and say oba o my Ghana money abibimamu sometimes corruption you know say policy be an program be say ba na womu no a womu enya faso free side no mo but how and now best strengthen the energy on this na you make sure say and now make sure say sad you okay the bit may possible
and no man can say or did digitalization nearby because can say post revenue mobilization corruption e wo no digitalization e free
okay
enyi ni now but atito bebre and ono ni mremo no obesi to say digitalization e be corruption e free okra for port revenue mobilization
okay
and also no obey now you say obey
okay
because why be that and if pharmacy no or say 24 hours or no say digitalization no digitalization 24 hours
and
pharmacy 24 hours digital scholarship digitalization scholarship and also 24 hours and also aba
24 hours a day
now 24 hours
when him say e hono na o kire yen say we be 24 hours economy already no say na we hono ma through digitalization na say dey dey e wo ho
no let's say 24 economy ko Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia buy you
onyankopon ya adoma me say dey wani asi abere no
amani abere say ye kebiche amanfo mo mu no kre no
ye say kwantintini bia no
ko wi
abubuano ya trasi ache what ya say na say me say mi jawa say wani asi abere no me nyehwe say wo be me ya pon ne na avena uwura mu na say dey tibia onyankopon ya adoma mi so ochena ye benya bre na ya fa no mako was IT skills or mabunu wo mu a school drop out and wo mu a wo school na over 1 million juta obe make sure so mu bia benya adwuma ye empo se wantuma nko school na nwa ye beba na se de medika kai no etiefo adofo ene ahwefo papa bi ye da obade nyankopon ase se waye yadom na enenso baabi a megidi se brebe me ye kwan na ye di dwumadie no aba ba wie enie Mighty K TV ene Mighty K Radio ena mote ye nka na ye di dwumadie ebremo me a metre dwumudi ma of alaso kujabo eye evangelist part 2 nemu bijira nka say Bateno Patrick Dani wotinenka chief technician Nana 7 Kedua Nana Kedua facha me everywhere bi asesa na abafa so Nana Kedua onu nso na obo chinchim mfidie no edema obo adwuma na that is how esese ye bo adwuma no emanoko ofa nso baabi awu bia ye da so ekase ye ma adwo onyankopon enka ho na o mene no a na akyekere kakra no emuntimi enti se de be na wutimi abeto awudumadie eso eda tiefo ne ahwefo nyina ase twere mpo nyankopon ka obi a hokosi se ye be se ahye bio baba
Hello, good people of Ghana. In recent months, the new Patriotic Party has been actively preparing for the 2024 elections. Earlier, when I was elected as flag bearer, I announced that I have my own vision for Ghana. We've just finished electing parliamentary candidates across various constituencies. And now, we are ready to kickstart a series of engagements nationwide with you, the good people of Ghana. I, Bawumia, flag bearer of the MPP, will set the ball rolling by outlining highlights of my vision for Ghana's next chapter. I invite you to join me on 7th February 2024 at 5 p.m. live on your favorite.
Bawumia betria, regional creation, Bawumia creatia maya. Hey, Quenswa, Wabetria Muamaya, student follow. Sanwa Jumani Bia, God for wire, on one at the buy. When you green buko, near drop ratchem, Western confirm, yet to Tuaco Bokina. A facing any idea, Yako Cassin near you. Ke won come here, was your bayan coco. Abe sing kukobo, kukobo kete, what na position, baby beer and you. Sanya kukwa, Nayan confirm, Mimamia Jafatisi, 2024, 2024, yet to ama Bawumia, yet to amano, yet to mano, to amano, yet to mano, to amano, yet to mano, yet to Bawumia, want to mano, want to mano, want to mano, yet to mano, what's the idea? Yet to mano, yet to Bawumia, what's the idea? Yet to mano, what kind of grill? Yet to mano, what dear pa? Yet to mano, yet to Bawumia, Oceanina, Bawumia Disunti, 2024, yeah, bet you a man, what was interchange? Yet to a man, Gamma interchange, yeah, bet you a man, get up interchange, yet to a man, Gamma interchange, yeah, bet you a man, online, yet to a man, one village, one dog, yeah, bet you a man, that's it, any other way, Bawumia betria, you're the phone in a sea, yeah, bet you a man, and now what you're to see, 2024, 2024, yet to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba make me to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba make me to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba make me to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia, we see what kind of plenty, Abba make me to ama Bawumia, 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia, Minyan Ghana Fue, will be our fruit, your panel, and yet. 2024, Abba make me to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba make me to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba make me to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. We see what kind of plenty, Abba make me to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. What's the idea? Ghana foresee yet to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. Ghana Kajinti, Abba make me to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. Ghana Posuti, Abba make me to ama Bawumia. 2024, Abba yet to ama Bawumia. Mr. Digitaman, Dr. Wayebi, Ghana foresee, yeah, bet to ama, that's what a kinti. Yet to a man, one village, one dam. Yeah, bet to a man. Let's sit any other way.
Following digitalization, the passport office issued 751,761 passports with revenue of 94 million Ghana cedis. The ultimate objective is to eradicate human interface in all phases of the passport application process, to give true meaning to the online filing